Stop texting me.
No, I'm sorry, Stacy.
Thanks.
That's just
All right, welcome everyone. Today is March 27th, 2025, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Roll call. Mayor Daggett. Mayor Sweet here.
Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember House. Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Okay, Councilmember Spence, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
You stand as you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Matthews, can you do our mission statement?
It would be my pleasure. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And I will read the land acknowledgement. Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. Next is open call to the public. Open call to the public enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on the prepared agenda. Comments relating to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time of the item is discussed. Open call to the public appears on the agenda twice, at the beginning and at the end. The total time allotted for the first open call to the public is 30 minutes. Any additional comments will be held until the second open call to the public.
My apologies, that shouldn't have made it on the agenda, but I don't have anybody online for public comment and I haven't received any cards. That's not your fault. That's my fault. Okay.
And then I guess I hand it over to Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Morning, everybody. Good morning, staff in the back. When you sit in the back, we call on you specifically with very difficult questions. Good morning to everybody. Greg Clifton, your city manager. I'm just going to kick it off briefly and then ask Joanne to come up and make an introduction. Joanne has done a lot to orchestrate this meeting and provide us with facilitation. Thank you. Before we get started, this is yet another retreat in the budget process. We've had numerous ones thus far. We thank you for your participation and certainly for your time commitment. We know this is not easy. These are long days. It's very important. And so thanks for being here and thanks in advance for engaging in a very important discussion today, which is capital projects. A few years ago, we did not have this particular retreat agenda. We incorporated the discussion of capital projects with other budget discussions. And it was difficult, you know, as the projects increased both in numbers and in scope, it was difficult to squeeze that conversation into the context of budget retreat. We tried, and I think it was at the request or suggestion of Councilmember Shimoni that we start allocating specific time to capital project planning and looking not just at pending projects, but out 5 years, maybe 10. And he, to his credit, pushed pretty hard on having that discussion. He wanted council to have more engagement in the topic of capital projects. And frankly, we agreed with that and saw the wisdom in doing so. So we started with these capital project retreats, and I think they have been very well received. And here we are today carrying on with that. And I would suspect it's going to continue on into the future. The last thing I'll mention too, along the same lines is we have a lot of stuff going on in the city. Certainly it's evidenced by all the orange cones and detours throughout the city. But there's a lot going on, not just transportation related, although that might be the most visible and impacting one, but lots going on with water infrastructure, flood mitigation, and a litany, a long list of other things. And we're going to hear a lot about those today and talk about things that haven't happened yet. But suffice it to say, capital projects in Flagstaff is the narrative these days, and it's only going to intensify as we see other projects coming online. So it just underscores the importance of this retreat today. Good morning, Mayor. Everybody, Mayor Daggett. I've always wanted to do that. So with that stated, Mayor, the Vice Mayor kicked us off and we're rolling. But great to have you here. Joanne, could you come up and make an introduction? Thank you.
Greg, I want to just acknowledge everybody who's been a part of putting this retreat together, our budget team, our finance staff, all of our departments who are presenting today, our divisions, excuse me, who are presenting today on their projects. It's been a heavy lift, but it's been a lot of fun. And I think this retreat is a good opportunity to show kind of our progress, but also what's on the horizon. I'm very lucky today to be able to introduce Kate Morley. Kate's going to be facilitating our day today. I think many of you know Kate, but I want to give her an opportunity. I want to read her bio because I think everybody assumes they know Kate, but maybe some of her background and history is important to kind of understand why she's facilitating this retreat today. So Kate's the executive director of Metro Plan, where she leads the greater Flagstaff region in identifying transportation needs and facilitating the prioritization of projects for funding. And just on a personal note, I think today you'll hear some big grants that we've been able to build for the city of Flagstaff, and Metro Plan and Kate and her team have been significant in helping make those happen. Kate previously served as the Mountain Line Deputy General Manager, where she oversaw long-range planning, capital projects, and grant writing. And I know the DCC was one of her big passion projects that she started work on before she moved over to Metro Plan. She's got a passion for creating policies and programs that support healthy and sustainable communities. Kate's originally from Flagstaff, born and raised, obtained her Master's of Science in Planning from the University of Arizona, and is a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. And she's also a Flynn Brown Fellow. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate, who's going to kind of take us through the day. And
Thank you, Joanne, for that introduction. I have to say, I'm really excited to be here today for a couple of reasons. One, as we go through the projects today, it's really exciting to see what is happening in the city of Flagstaff. There is a ton of good work going on, and I would equate it to maybe the days before downtown was redone and Heritage Square came to fruition. And I think people knew it was going to be exciting at the time, but they didn't realize how transformational it was going to be. And I think we're on that cusp again. There's so many transportation projects, airport projects, things going on with Parks and Rec that I think in 5 years, we're all going to look back and think, wow, we knew this was big, but we didn't really realize how big. So I'm excited to hear about all the projects today. I also am excited to be here because I love creating sense of place. And when we build capital projects, we make our community, right? Whether it's places for art, be it a traffic cabinet or a facility for performing, be it parks for community gathering or a foots network that people take pride in and use for recreation and for transportation. What we do in the capital world will really set the stage for what our community is, and that's an exciting thing to be part of. And then finally, I'm really excited to be here because it's so great to look around this room and see the faces that I know. I'm way over on the other side of town and I don't get to see them often enough. And if I wasn't here, I'd probably have some FOMO. That's fear of missing out, because we're going to do a good job with acronyms today. So I'd have a lot of FOMO if I wasn't here. So I want to know if you all want to hear a construction joke.
Of course.
Okay, well, hold on, I'm working on it.
That was good. That was good.
So thank you for having me. So a little bit about the agenda for today. We're going to spend a lot of the day talking about delivery of projects. The capital process involves planning efforts, then working on prioritizing and funding those efforts, and then delivering those efforts. And the city has been working really hard on the planning and prioritization and funding of efforts over the past couple of years. And we are really in that delivery phase and need to get some projects done. So the conversation today isn't going to be largely about what's next. It's going to be largely about what's underway and then starting to talk about what's next for next year. So with that, we're going to start the day talking about money. Then we're going to go into some general projects, take a little break and move into surface transportation. We'll take a nice long break for lunch, about an hour and a half. So take the opportunity to chat with your colleagues in here. I know I'm going to hunt a couple of you down for 5-minute conversations that I need to have. And I hope everyone else does the same. We'll come back from that, do airport and wastewater, and then finally do a little activity at the end of the day to talk about our overarching priorities for the next wave of projects. So setting the stage to think about what might happen after that. Throughout the day, we're going to sprinkle some videos in for you. So we have Metro Plan has put together a Safer Journeys Together campaign. The videos that you see are draft. They're not finalized, but we thought it would be a fun way to insert some things into the agenda. And why am I showing you Metro Plan videos at a city capitol retreat? Because they highlight the amazing things the city is doing in terms of transportation, innovative things like roundabouts, bike boxes, how to use pedestrian signals and what those kinds of things are. So while Metro Plan has made them, I really do think that they highlight what is going on in the city. So with that, we're going to play one of those videos to kick us off before we jump into the agenda. Does give Stacy a moment. She's got to switch computers to do this, so we really appreciate her.
Choose and buckle up. However you choose to navigate the streets of Flagstaff, we want you to do so safely. Every journey begins with a choice to look out for one another, to share the road, and to make our community safer for everyone. Whether you're walking, biking, driving, or riding, your actions matter. Small decisions lead to big impacts. In 2023, over 3,500 crashes were reported in Coconino County. Meet the faces of Flagstaff streets, a driver, a cyclist, and a pedestrian, and follow their journeys as they learn to navigate safely together. Follow us on social media to stay connected and be part of the change. Safer journeys together.
Getting into the next one. So those will be sprinkled in throughout the day so that we can take little pauses and watch them. I want to kick off with let's back up, with our objectives for today and a little bit of an icebreaker. So what we're going to do is, just for folks at this table and then the council members online, we're going to introduce ourselves, and then I'd like to hear from everybody what capital project that is underway now, either in design or construction, you are most excited about, and a really brief description about why are you so excited about that project. So I'm going to start with the mayor. We'll go around the table in here and then move to the council members online.
You did that because of the look on my face, huh?
Yeah, panic. This is a test to see if you reviewed your packet in advance.
Yeah.
I memorized it. I am most excited about the underpass under Milton, because I think that will be a game changer for pedestrians getting across the street.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'm excited for the Lone Tree overpass, just because it's been a long time coming.
Still mine, Lone Tree.
Stacey, I don't want to skip you. Do you have a favorite capital project coming up that you're excited to see delivered?
Spruce Wash, actually.
Ask you why behind
I
that.
live right there.
How about you, Councilmember Spence?
I'm David Spence, new on the council, and I am most excited about the huge roundabout on University and Beulah. I'm sure the trees and bushes will be growing up around that big circle, but such a wonderful roundabout. I think I'm going to find myself just circling around and around and around as I enjoy it.
I know about that. Going around and around and around.
So I'm British, so I love roundabouts. I think my favorite project that I'm looking forward to is 4th and Butler. I think it's going to be transformational.
Manager Clifton?
Looking forward to the new community center and STEM facility at what is now Fire Station 1. That's been a great project. The start of that project originated in this room a few years ago. So I'm really excited about it.
I want to change mine to that one.
No, can't do it.
So many good ones. It is hard to pick. Online, I believe we have Councilmember Garcia.
Hey guys, I will choose. I think they've already all been chosen. So what more can I say? I am excited about the STEM Center as well, but I'm really looking forward to the road improvements on Butler to 4th Street. I am excited and interested to see how the bike and ped infrastructure kind of changes the way mobility moves in the city. I think that's going to be a catalyst for that. Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
And Councilmember Matthews.
Good morning. I almost chose Lone Tree, but I could never pick anything but my top priority, which is the JW PAL extension. Once that is complete, and that's another marathon project that's been in the works for, I believe, over 20 years, the opportunity to bring in 5,000 to 6,000 housing units of all types and sizes just hits on so many priorities of mine. I'm really looking forward to getting that done now that most of the agreements are signed and we can start working on the road. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you. All right, well, as I referenced already, the theme of the day is really delivery of projects that are underway. And there is that cycle of planning, prioritizing, and delivery, and finally getting to use the things that we build. I want to highlight just some of the work that's been done to date and why we're in that delivery phase. And so there's been a ton of planning over the years, right? We've got a regional plan that lays the foundation for an active transportation master plan, an airport master plan, a water services master plan. There's a facilities committee that works hard to prioritize maintenance needs at the facilities of the city as well. So a lot of work goes in behind the scenes as to identifying the needs, doing public outreach to prioritize those needs. And then that moves into a funding process where there's a whole nother effort that's made to create a 5-year capital plan, to pass bonds and taxes with the help of citizens committees, further refining and narrowing the list of priorities from all the needs. And then there's the seeking of grants that has occurred, and the city has done a really good job at that, as Joanne mentioned. I think in the transportation world, the city has got 100 million in transportation alone. Yes, Mayor?
I'd just like to point out that you've done a fantastic job with getting grants for infrastructure projects.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think there's also a lot of worry out there these days about what is the future of those grants, right? And my advice, and I think the advice of the rest of the city staff as well, is to focus on delivering the projects that you've already received. There is a lot. You have done great. $100 million is a lot of money. And allowing staff the ability to focus and get those projects done so that they can get their NEPA done and funds obligated is the best way to secure that, rather than creating a bunch of new projects that diffuse their focus over time. So that's a little bit of why we're in that delivery mode and not back at seeking a bunch of new projects to do this year. And again, at the end of the day, we will do a little activity to allow you to start setting the stage for future projects moving forward. So with that, I just wanted to check and see if the city manager had any additional comments on the welcome and objectives, and otherwise we'll just jump into the agenda.
Good, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I think that we have, oh no, not quite time for another video. I think we're going right into, sorry, I didn't put my agenda.
9 o'clock.
Perfect. Okay, we will jump into John Comer's presentation.
Over, everyone.
Morning, Mayor, council members, city leadership, city staff. I'm John Comer, Assistant Budget Manager. And before we get into all of the really cool projects that we're working on and when we're planning, we thought we would do a brief overview of really what a capital improvement program is, what it offers us, and then a very brief refresher on the color of money, because I know that you guys have seen this in the past. Okay, so first off, a capital improvement program, at its core, really, what is it? First off, multi-year planning and programming, and the stress there is on multi-year. The documents that you have in front of you are mostly 5-year plans, but internally, we are looking out 10 years to see how the capital improvement program fleshes out from years 6 to 10. So know that multi-year truly is what the capital improvement program is all about. It includes projects adopted during the budget process, but it also includes future projects. You'll see out years in which we do have planning that have items that have not been officially approved budget-wise by the council, but they're on that sheet so that you guys are aware of what we believe is coming down the pipe as far as planning for future projects. It's a long-range study of construction and or acquisition, because there is sometimes land involved, of high-cost assets with a useful life of greater than 5 years. Really, I think that sentence is showing more about what is not included in the CIP when we're talking about a useful life of greater than 5 years. Obviously, we're talking about capital items, but we're not even talking about smaller capital items. We're not talking about vehicles. We're talking about long-range capital improvement. The capital improvement program is needed to adequately finance, budget, and implement construction and acquisition. Often large capital improvement projects are part of a ballot measure. Obviously, a lot of these projects are important to our citizens. They are interested to know that we are delivering on the promises that we made to them. So capital improvement program kind of holds us accountable. And lastly, repair and maintenance funding is usually not included in this capital improvement program. So items such as or HVAC replacement generally are not part of this program. Some exceptions to that when dollar amounts get significant. An example in the CIP summaries that you guys have in front of you is the siding on the aqueduct, because the dollar amounts there were so high, it actually was included on our capital improvement program. But for the most part, repair and maintenance are not included. Okay, what does the CIP provide to us, the capital improvement program? Cash management capabilities. By reviewing the sources, and the uses, expenditures of funds on a project basis, maximize investment earnings and cash flow. Obviously, cash flow is still important to an organization our size, so we do need to make sure that we are maximizing our investment earnings by having a holistic, long-range plan for our capital needs. We can make maximizing investments. A corollary to that is debt management. We do recognize that some of our larger projects are going to require issuing debt. But if we pay close attention to our CIP, we can make sure that we are not issuing debt that we don't need, that is not timed correctly. And we can also look at that long-range plan and make sure that we are staying within our debt service capacity. Expenditure controls, that is another thing that the CIP provides to us. And this is kind of on a basic level that we can track the expenditures on certain projects, making sure that they are going to the correct accounts, that we are doing basic accounting on these projects. Closely related to that is budgetary controls. Operating cash flow projections serve as a check and balance on the progress of a project, both in terms of time schedule and expenditures to date. So really, we are reviewing a capital improvement program and we are seeing budget to actuals. We can recognize whether the project is staying within those budgetary boundaries or whether it needs to be pushed out a bit more. We are seeing overages that we do need to discuss as a team. And finally, minimize disruption to citizens. We recognize that a lot of these projects do hurt citizens. 4th Street, just saying. Having a holistic plan in front of us and being able to look at any given year, look at the CIP, we can minimize that disruption to services to the citizens and try to keep inconveniences to a minimum as much as we can. Okay, so the CIP summaries that have been provided to you are, they're obviously a spreadsheet with a lot of large numbers on them, but recognize that they are broken out into 2 categories. One is general government and the other is other. But to know what kind of projects are in each category. Under the general government side, you'll see projects that are related to funded by the general fund, housing and community services, library, parking, and then capital projects funds, which are broken into 2 subsets. Either GO bond projects, which are usually voter approved, Proposition 441, 442, et cetera, or non-general obligation bond projects such as possible parking structure, USGS building renovations, that sort of thing. So there are 2 different kinds of capital projects funds. And then in the other category, a lot of large projects that you'll be seeing here related to streets. That's obviously a large one. BBB and its 4 subsets. Water services, its 4 subsets, and solid waste and airport has 1. So any questions before I move into the color of money? Okay. I know you guys have seen this slide before. We thought we'd do a brief refresher before we move into all the various capital projects. But I think one thing to note is when we talk about colored money, what we're really talking about is fund accounting. And recognizing that many of our city revenues can only be used for certain functions. And when we know that type of revenue that we're talking about, it informs us about the flexibility, well, probably lack of flexibility when expending those funds. So that's the way we think about the different colors of money. As we go through the rest of the slideshow, you will see next to every CIP project, there will be either 1 or maybe more of these different colored money bags. So use this as a cheat sheet if you need to. Come back to it. I'm not particularly good with colors, so a different staff member helped me out with these, but general fund is yellow, debt service is pink, enterprise is turquoise, special revenue is green, and capital projects are red.
I think they said debt service was purple.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'd like to know who chooses the colors on the walls at home.
Gray.
Different shade of gray. Okay, so delving a bit more into those various fund types. General fund, I think most of us know this. It is the least restricted fund, and it is used for revenues and expenditures used to finance the traditional services associated with government. So, examples of this would be sales tax, property tax, state shared sales tax, permit fees, et cetera. And so again, these are the least restricted. Special revenue funds used to account for revenues derived from specific taxes or earmarked revenue sources. So obviously this is more restrictive. These are for certain uses either the state or the citizens have let us know about, have approved. Examples of that would be HERF or the BBB tax or the transportation tax. So special revenue funds are definitely more restrictive than the general fund. Debt service funds. Examples of these would be the pension bond fund or the fuel bond fund. You probably will not see many of these today. They are really more of an accounting tool, and it's the way that the finance team pays down our principal and interest. So a little bit more rare, but obviously very good. Capital projects funds. You can account for major capital acquisition as ongoing operations. Examples would be the downtown mile, Prod 441 and 442. These are very restricted, designed to be used for exactly what we have told the voters that we are going to use them for. And enterprise funds, self-supporting through user fees adopted by ordinance. I think we should note here that enterprise funds are designed to be self-supported through user fees adopted by ordinance. They are not always every year self-supported. We have occasions where other funds do have to support the enterprise funds, but the idea is that in the long run, they are designed to be self-supporting. And examples of that would be sustainability, airport, solid waste, library, services. Okay, so any questions on the color of money?
The colors again?
Yeah.
Say that's purple or like purple, okay.
Yeah, it's a lavender.
Google. Figure this out.
It's really good now.
Okay, with that, then I will turn it over to Stacy.
John?
Stacy BK. Yeah, I don't know. Stacy BK seems to be the. Hey, everyone. How are we doing? Good morning.
Morning.
Well, I will be pretty quick and hopefully everybody can hear me in the back. I know it's hard to hear. Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'll try to project a little bit here. I put this up here. This is comes off of our grant professional website and the National Federal Association website. Is they talk just to remind us what is a grant, and really is an opportunity for us to advance our mission in the organization with investments from local, corporate, foundation grants, community, state, and federal grants. So really, we're starting to see a lot of these capital projects have to have the grant money with it. To be able to get these large projects done, we have to have that federal fund or in that state, and really more of a grant stacking where we're seeing federal grants, state grants, maybe some foundations, some external revenue funds that are coming from other agencies to really get these projects done. So it's really a holistic approach to getting these grant projects done. It takes good stewards of the awards. We're not going to get it if we don't have a gold star and we're not doing the right thing with that grant, so that we're in compliance, that we're working together to assure that we're in compliance with these grants, that we get good audits. We got a great one this year again, so thanks to everybody that put towards that we're committed to the project. We're committed to see it through from the beginning to the end. We're collaborating together with our agencies, our contractors, our consultants, our federal agencies. The federal agencies want to see these projects done. They want to be a partner with you. And so they're very much associated with us. They're on a lot of team meetings with us. They're checking in with us. And then the ethics that we're doing it without fraud, waste, and abuse, and that we're ethically administering these funds. We're implementing it, we're getting it done, we're doing it for the intended purpose that it's set up for, that we're meeting the scope of the grant. If they basically, when we get these grants, that we have to write that narrative and that scope, and we have to identify what those budget items are in that, and we need to adhere to those line items. And that we're monitoring our grants. I think a lot of times we want to talk about successes, but we share a lot with our funders about challenges. And we see that a lot. And there's a lot of challenges with our federal agencies and in the project itself that we're doing with our contractors or consultants. So we try to share our challenges and successes with our funders. We monitor our grants, provide oversight throughout the cycle of the grant. We do a performance and financial report quarterly. The city's policy is to not do it monthly unless the federal agency requires it, just because of staff capacity. So we submit quarterly reports. Finance does a great job of staying timely on those. That gets us our reimbursement. So the city, our grants are always most often on a reimbursement basis. So that means that we're paying it out first to our contractors, so they're not waiting for that money. We're banking them. And then we turn around and quarterly, we submit a reimbursement request for those eligible items. And the accountants are really looking at those items too. And myself and Rick Tatter, we're really reviewing those pay requests that they are eligible so that we get all that money back to us. And then teamwork to manage the grant life cycle. We're starting to see these grants are getting complicated, very complicated. And I know Capital's going to dive into the details and into the weeds of the projects, but they're stacking. They're getting complicated with multiple funding sources, multiple projects like the Downtown Mile as a good example, right, Christine, of just lots of projects within one grant, along with Spruce Wash is another one. There's just multiple projects within a whole capital project. So it's getting a little bit more complicated for the team. So I've noticed our office, we're setting up every 2 weeks. We meet with the capital engineers. We meet with procurement, finance, legal, whoever needs to be on there, sometimes the contractors, but we're meeting to constantly look at these grants and constantly work as a team through the life cycle of the grant, all the way to closeout. So we don't close out our grants and archive them until we got that last pay request, until we got the final pay request. So I think this life cycle of the grant shows a lot of how that grant worked from the proposal development, where we're talking about them, all the way to pre-award, award, post-award, and closeout. And then council and leadership support. We need that. We need that for our projects throughout. You're giving it to us at the time we take the grant agreement, and then again when we go for the capital project, when it comes online at the design phase or the construction phase or whatever phase it might be, or an equipment. We need that support from the council and leadership to move these projects forward. Okay, so which one am I going to? There we go. Got the right button. Some of you have seen this slide that I did in the I think it was a February retreat. But currently, we have 103 active grants in our office. These are not just capital. They could be planning grants, equipment grants. They're all over the board. But I just pulled out the slide of we have 203 million current grants. 14 of them are capital. So on the pie chart, capital is winning on the dollar amount, even though they have 14 grants. But really the highest dollar we're seeing. And that is where the federal money is really to these large infrastructure projects. And I think this is just a fun slide to look at, to see kind of where we're at with the divisions and how much money that we're talking to get to that 203 million and the capital grants. This slide I threw in, there's this one and one other that I really wanted to talk about, in the capital staff will go into each individual projects, but a little bit more about leveraging. So $63.4 million is what we're estimating as a total project cost for the grant, or for the project for Downtown Mile. But we're also leveraging that with 33 million in federal grants, 3 million in the AZ Smart. That's that state grant is the ADOT AZ Smart matching grant. So that's helping us with our city match. Also, what's not up here is 11 million outside contribution from BNSF. It's benefits them as a partner. And so during the application phase, we asked them, can you come to the table with us? Can you be a partner with us? And they came to the table with $11 million, and it was worth the ask. So that's where I talk about this grant holistic and stacking, is that it's taking multiple partners and multiple things to get to that, to help leverage these grants. Butler Avenue Street, Forestry project, that's the RAISE grant, 32 million. We got a $19 million grant. We will be submitting for a RAISE matching grant. We're working a lot with Metroplan on the support of that and helping us get those matching grants. So that one we'll hope to get submit a matching grant. The next one is Butler Avenue Complete Street Conversion, $12 million. This is another good one of leverage. So the project's $12 million. We got 9.6 in federal, and then we got a matching grant for our whole match. So this is 100% funded now with federal and state. So if we get, of course, and everything 100% funded, but not always can we do that. So that's where we are constantly trying to leverage those funds. And then Spruce Wash, 38.1 million is estimated for the whole project. And of that, we have 7.3 million in grants. They're coming from Army Corps, from FEMA, DEMA. So we have throughout, we have Spruce, the Wedge, that's Forest Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and then the Ailnet and Cedar Avenue. So we have multiple projects. So again, a good show of leveraging federal dollars for city projects. And like I said before, you'll get into the detail of these with the capital team. Interbasin, you've heard a lot about this. We were able to go to DFFM to get post-wildfire flooding, 16.1 million. We were able to fund this project pretty much 100%. Of course, capital is picking up their time. City's picking up capital engineering staff time. This has already won 2 awards within the city. Public Works Award. It just received also a water award. On April 16th, we'll be going down and receiving a state award for water infrastructure. So that's pretty amazing. Got submitted for a national award. We have not heard yet, but it's really receiving a lot of awards. So that's great news for the city to get our name out there and receive these. Downtown Lateral, it's an Army Corps project, again, leveraged with 1.2 generators. I know Lee will be talking about those. This is a WIFA grant that we got for generators that will be coming online here. Right now, we're in design for phase 1. We have 500,000 for the design. Once we get the design done, then they're going to issue us a phase 2 grant for a little over $5 million. And then airport snow removal building, we've talked this one a lot. I know that you've talked at DC level. I know we're still working hard. We have, Brian will share a little bit. We've got our entitlement grants that we've received, about 4.4. The bill funding, we're putting all our partisan infrastructure law funds to it. It'll be about 6.3. So we'll commit that. And then the balance is where we've been pushing at the federal level to get our discretionary funds. We're also working to value engineer this project, to downsize it a little bit more, to get it to where we think we can have a better chance at getting our discretionary. So we're back at the drawing board. Brian will talk a little bit about that this afternoon, but we've locked ourselves in a room and are really looking to how we can value engineer this project down a little bit to so we can get that discretionary funding. So with that, that was it for me for grant overview. Any questions? Good.
It's a lot of work.
A lot of work from everybody, the whole team. It takes, and our office is very, very busy, and so is capital and everybody else in the city, but it really is becoming a very big team effort. And it's great to be able to work with the employees together to get these projects done. So.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Stacy to pull it up. And I think Stacy's presentation just really highlighted the importance of why we've got to be in delivery mode and get the projects that are underway done with all that federal funding available to us now. So it's a great place to be in. And also, if John Comer wants to do my personal finances, that would be great. Sounds like you're on top of it. No problem for that. Video.
Welcome to Safer Journeys Together.
It's a progression. You'll see it come out over time, but with that, we're gonna move into the next agenda topic, which is the general projects. CJ Perry is here to kick us off. And that so far, everyone's doing an awesome job keeping track of time. So this one's gonna be rapid fire, a lot of different projects coming at you quickly.
CJ.
Yes, CJ.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm CJ Perry. I'm your head nerd here at the city. So we've got fiber. We're really excited about this one. We have invested $2 million to build out a fiber network infrastructure for the city, both the city as the organization, but also the community as well. So this was really exciting. This is something that 6 years ago, I remember kind of pitching to a bunch of people here, and everyone thought I was crazy. And here we are 6 years later, actually having it come to pass. So we estimated this would cost us, if we did this in-house, about $20 million just to build the city portion. And so we were able to find a partner with WeCom. They're investing a total of $45 million into our community, including city infrastructure and fiber to homes and businesses. So we're really excited about this. They tell us that construction should be completed in about 2 years. I don't know if that's just them being optimistic or realistic, but we will find out as we go. We're doing some kind of groundbreaking ribbon cutting type ceremonies here very, very shortly, and really excited to get this moving. We left this here, and we'll probably leave this on our capital list into the future, just because we're still kind of looking at this holistically from a community point of view. Some of this from a cost perspective, just to keep costs down, we went with aerial versus underground, where the APS pole infrastructure and things like that. So as we do capital projects in the future, and there's an opportunity to take some of that aerial and put it underground, we want to have some funding set aside to some of those capital projects, as well as, you know, Flagstaff inevitably expands. You know, as much as we all love our small town, it gets bigger and it gets bigger. So as we look at new fire station, hopefully in the future sometime, as we look at John Wesley Powell expansion, we want to make sure that we include some of this fiber infrastructure as part of that expansion as we grow, so we can kind of grow with it. So we are going to be strategizing that. I didn't have an exact plan for that because the ink was still kind of drying on the WeCom contract as we were putting this together. But over the next few years, you know, we'll look at that from a strategy perspective of, do we kind of include that in some of the capital projects as more line items in those capital projects, or do we keep kind of a fiber funding sort of set aside for add-ons to different projects or additional funds if needed as we go forward. Really excited about this, really looking forward to the benefit this is going to bring to our community. Any questions?
Just CJ alluded to it, but Mayor and Council, you'll be getting an email on a groundbreaking. I think it's April 9th at 11 a.m. We're still kind of finalizing the location.
Yep.
And I just want to say thank you to CJ and the whole team that's worked on this, Anya and Lee, Rick Tapp, all of our other staff, engineering. So thanks for all your work on this. It's been it's huge.
This is my favorite capital. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we've got PD with Sean Conley.
Good morning. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members, council, city manager, good morning. Since we were doing jokes, I'll do a construction joke. Why did, it's a dad joke. Why did the construction worker get fired? He kept hammering his point home. I know. Well, we were kind of cheesy dad jokes. Good morning. You know, in public safety, one of the most important things we do, whether it's police or fire, is be very strategic, especially related to our capital needs as we move forward. You heard earlier, a council member, I believe Matthews, talk about her favorite project being the JW Powell and the extension that's going through in the brief time I've been here, the permitting of growth and seeing that. And I think she said something like an architectural, fancy way of saying blueprints. And so We are asking and seeking 150,000 in design money and construction documents to help us build what would be a police substation. Having built multiple police substations and police buildings, one of the things that's really important for us, as you see in there, is creating a welcoming community space. So this would be approximately, we'll wait to see on the construction funding, but approximately 1,000 square foot facility down there along, and you're going to hear the fire department be a little more specific with the parcel as we move along. But this would be a really cool substation, which will allow us to kind of bridge that space and gap from where we currently are on Sawmill to what would be mini housing units down in that part of the city. That community space would be open and welcoming, used for everybody, similar to this kind of a space where everybody could access it. Community groups can get together and really engage. It will have a squad briefing room. That's, in Hollywood, you hear the roll call. It's a squad briefing room. It's where those teams get together in the mornings before they prepare to go, or in the evenings prepare to go to work. A training room. One of the things that I've identified in my time here is the need to increase our capacity to be self-sufficient in our training, and that includes having space. So you'll see this in the other requests too moving forward, but we would have a training room. There would also be supervisory space for lieutenants and sergeants, a locker room for the officers to come and go and change and shower, and then an exercise room as part of a wellness plan. Great police departments rooted in great training, great policy, wellness, and systems of accountability. We have to continue to focus on our physical health. The second one is a specialty vehicle storage and advanced training room facility. This was already on its journey prior to my arrival, really insightful by everybody. It's basically a north expansion off of our current building. There is a really unutilized piece of land that connects to the northern little parcel of our police headquarters over there. So we're seeking 500,000, $500,000, and again, architectural design and construction documents. This one will be a little bit bigger, and it's approximately 12,000 square foot addition. Why is this so important? Why it's so important is currently a lot of our specialty vehicles, whether it's our bomb vehicle, our Bearcat for our SWAT deployment, a lot of our radar trucks, and some of our command trucks sit out in the weather. And I'm learning very quickly this weather, even though this was mild, winter can be harsh on those vehicles. So we want to protect those investments. I think it's really important. The other thing we need that we're lacking is if we have a vehicle that's been involved in a crime, and it can be a very serious crime. Currently, that vehicle is being processed under a Ramada in the elements. Modern DNA, and as we move forward, that's not acceptable. So we want to create a forensic bay that will allow our detectives to take a forensic piece of equipment or vehicle or anything and put it into a very sterile forensic environment to process that at a very high level. So that's what will be there. There'll also be more training space. There's currently some bills moving through at the Capitol that would afford us an opportunity financially to access some virtual reality training and some simulators. Very efficient and very timely. So we want to have space to accept that moving forward. So I think I've covered it all. I think the most important thing too, as we move forward, is just being in that strategic mindset for growth and for what are just the incredibly fast changing needs of public safety and law enforcement. Questions? Yeah.
Thank you.
Mark Wilson with Fire.
And here, council members, I'm standing in for Chief Gaylord. I hate to tell you that he is on an airplane right now heading to the Bahamas. So I'm not feeling real bad for him, and here I stand. So I'm happy to be with you this morning, and we're excited to talk about the next slide that will come up and talk about, well, I've got it here. So for the fire department. So these are 3 longtime projects that have had a lot of dialogue and discussion over, some of them over a decade long. We're excited to be able to bring to you today that we've got funding associated with these projects. We're moving forward on the design and construction fees associated with Fire Station number 7. Chief Connolly
described that moving through into the JWP extension, this is an area that several years ago we did a standard of cover and then identified, put a gold star exactly where the most appropriate location for the next fire station based off of growth, potential, call volume, and it landed right on this piece, literally landed right on this piece. And we want to just pause real quick because my good friend that's sitting to the right of me this morning, Miss Sarah, this is appropriated as affordable housing location. So we just want to make very clear that this is an area that we'll be working very closely with Miss Sarah, city admin, to ensure that we're covering all the details necessary for their needs and our needs, because this is going to be a joint collaborative approach. The reality is what we see importantly is fire station number 7. It'll be a 4-bay station right now. Real quick, several years ago when we did the bond, we had to cut our fire station bays down because of the cost of building. And so all of our fire stations were cut by 1 bay. So we were having a real hard time fitting the equipment that we need because we're in all risk. This will be a 4-bay minimum with a drive-through station with an attached battalion chief quarters, because what we see is a north-south split between the battalion coverage associated with the number of stations and units and the additional drive-through bay for the battalions. In conjunction with that, we have, I'm going to jump to the third one down, the fire department administrative building. That will pull fire admin out of City Hall. This is something that's been looked at for a long time. We've maxed out our potential. We've put as many cubicles as we can, but we also want to look strategically, like Chief Connolly talked about, where are we going to be in the next 15, 20, 25 years to make sure that we do this correctly. So we'll be working with Paul's team over in community development to do an independent study for analysis of space analysis and use. What that'll be collaborating will be obviously all the admin, also meeting rooms, office, support staff, everything that would associate. We see that going in the same footprint as a joint location on that same site that you see here, which we all know, you all know, is the Shark Bite location. Again, working with Miss Sarah and her team on how that all goes in. The final one is the Wildfire Management Station. This is a station that is currently in Heidi Hansen's court and Brian's out at the airport that we borrow. It's a building from the 1950s that we've been utilizing as a fire station for our wildfire management, but it's in the wrong location for a lot of reasons, specifically for some of the future build out needs associated with the airport. And so moving this facility, putting it into the right location, but more importantly, building it in a way that it functions as a wildfire management fire station. So this allows us for the design and construction associated with that this year. So we're really excited about all three of these projects. We're excited to have the funding to get this kicked off because that's going to get us moving in the right direction. And then we'll follow through with a lot of collaboration associated with Sarah, city admin, as we move into the process. We obviously know that we've got to figure out the revenue source to build it. This is just the design portion of it. Other than that, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
How much space do you need for the new station?
So our projection right now is about, and this is just for the fire side, the admin and the actual station itself is about 4.5 acre. Fire station number 10, the wildfire management station, we're having more dialogue about what's the most appropriate, how do we work with housing, how do we do the right thing for what the basis of needs are, and then we got to work with Chief Connolly on the police substation. But what we know we need right off the bat is about 4 to 5 acres for those two and the footprint and parking associated with it. Yes, sir.
You talk about on the fire station, 4-bay drive-through, and I understand the need for 4 bays to house your equipment. What's the function of the additional drive-through bay?
For the battalion chief quarters. That's a great question. That's associated with the battalion chief quarters. That'll have its own independent drive-through bay, smaller bay, not as large, associated with that quarters that individual will be based out of. Very good question. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Online, now we have Adam Miale with the library.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name's Adam Miale. I'm the Airport Programs Manager. Pardon me. And I'm honored to bring you our library window replacement project. A little bit of background is we've been working on this project for some time now. Back in 2021, 2022, we did the design for both the window and the City Hall project. We worked with our sustainability partners and facilities to look at what could be potentially a new standard when it comes to city facilities and as it pertains towards energy conservation. The windows that we have at the library are original to the facility. They're going on 4 decades old. We've had some issues there with leaking. They're not efficient. A lot of problems with that, but I am happy to say that those problems are going to be something in the past. We're getting ready to move forward with the construction of the replacement of the windows at the library. There's approximately 126 of these windows that we're going to be replacing. This is going to be a phased project. Currently, we're in phase 1. A contract has been generated, and we are working with the contractor. Those windows have been ordered, but there's a very long lead time. So that's why we broke it up into 2 phases. Phase 1 would be the procurement of the long lead items, which is the windows, and then phase 2 will be the actual installation or construction portion of this project. The intention at this time is to perform this work while the facility is still operational. So we're working with Linda and our friends over at the library. We're getting ready to do a big team meeting with the contractor to talk about the various phases, what that's going to look like. Very, very exciting. And I hope that all of the work that our friends at sustainability and facilities, all the work they helped us with the design portion of this, it really pays off. And we'll have, moving forward, a new standard when it comes to windows and window, not necessarily treatments, but windows from an efficiency standpoint. As also as part of this particular project, we've noticed identified some areas within the library where we've had some intrusion of water that's affected some of the interior walls. So this project will also be addressing some of those needs as well. Very, very excited, and I cannot thank City Manager enough for his support on this project as well. Is there any questions? Hearing none. Okay, well, thank you. I believe it's Amy's turn with pros. So thank you, everyone. Have a great day. I'll see you later.
Adam, so I was handed a joke by Kate.
I'm not good with jokes, Amy. You've known me for 20 some years. I'm just terrible at them. I'm dad jokes, Jen, all the way through.
Jokester, Adam, this one's for you. What kind of bird works on a construction site?
What kind of bird works on a construction site? Oh, Amy, you could go in so many directions on this one. I don't know, Amy. What kind of bird works on a construction site?
That's better than the police chief's joke.
Chief.
No comment.
I was handed that joke too. Sorry, buddy. Okay,
thank you, Amy. Have a good one.
Thank you, Adam. Let's jump into some pros items. So first, I wanted to celebrate successes. What's complete? Ow! So we have the Butler Avenue sitting area. That was a $75,000 funded project complete. We took down a couple seat walls, some shrubs that were honestly like litter gatherers, hiding spots, worked with Chief and FPD on this and really cleaned up the site. There were also some trees that were damaging an adjacent private residence next door, damaging all their pipes, everything. Complete, done. And I think we've seen an improvement on any unwanted behaviors in both those sitting areas. There's one at LaRue and one at San Francisco. Thank you, Chief, and all the Flagstaff police on the help with that. It was a great project to do. We got that one done in November. Thorpe Park Annex, and we're gonna drop that word annex one of these days. This was funded a few fiscal years ago. We've done some small improvements over time. This was our former public works yard location. Removed the perimeter fence. Working with IT, got some new fiber optic lines, some adjustments done there, as well as a new microwave tower improvements, which helped out Flagstaff sustainability offices. the future Indigenous Community Cultural Center, including even Hal Jensen Recreation Center and the Aquaplex with that microwave tower. We performed a facility assessment at the future Indigenous Community Cultural Center. So we've got a little bit of a guidebook to say, all right, here's what we have. We have an excellent 4 walls, concrete slab and roof. Now what can we do? I had a private utility location occur on site because we did a few years ago decommission some of those former Public Works buildings, and gosh, there's APS lines maybe going through somewhere. There were fiber optic lines, water service lines, sewer service lines. We needed to figure out where the heck everything was. Another shout out to IT, CJ, because we took drone footage of that private utility location, which was huge. So now I have an aerial video of that too. So, and more to come. There'll be more to come on that site. Really exciting stuff there. Any questions on either of those 2 projects before we move to this other awesome completed project? Cleo Murdoch Neighborhood Park. Wow. That was a community development block grant funded project. That is our first park since 2003. What year is it? Like, holy cow. Super cool. Some photos here that, I mean, at one point in time, the project looked like the photo on the left, and now we have this. We have a dog poo station at Cleo Murdoch Park. Some additional photos going on. We have the chess tables, additional chess tables. That's a custom Clio bicycle rack on site. If you have not gone to this park, go check it out. It's beautiful. We've been working with Kingata and Deb Harris over there. So we've done a soft opening. Park's open. Everybody's enjoying the park. And that was that 3rd sitting area that became a part of the park. There's a future art piece that I know Jana Weldon will talk about in her presentations later. We're going to do a big grand opening in teams. So we're going to program a concerts in the park in this space. I believe Deb Harris and Kingata are working on a chess tournament. You might be asked to do that, City Manager Clifton.
Oh.
Yep. So get your chess skills going. And then a Juneteenth gala will also be held on site. So we're going to be able to provide some really neat programming here now with this additional park. Very cool stuff. Questions on Clio?
Great project.
It's a great project. The Aquaplex. Has anyone ever gone down the water slide there? I love it. So this is the general fund project for the Aquaplex. It's a siding replacement, $1.5 million, very large project that is currently in progress. The project management is being done by our team in Public Works. They're doing an excellent job there. It's via a job order contract or a JOC with Love and Construction. And the projected start date is April 1st, 2025. 5 days? Yeah, so that one's gonna rock and roll. That's an image of some metal siding. It'll change the tone and the color just a little bit, but it'll go with that gray trim and really spruce up the joint. Any questions on that project?
That get completed this year?
This fiscal year?
Yeah.
I believe so. I think we'll be substantially complete by June 30th, and then we may have some touch-ups to do.
Definitely done this summer.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so, yes, Mayor.
Will parts of the Aquaplex be closed while you're doing it?
Great question. So we've been working with project management team and the contractor. During that, it's going to be a little bit greater than a week, maybe end to end about 9 days. When the Aquaplex is closed for its annual maintenance, that's when the contractor is going to work at the front entrance. So that way we're not impeding that part, because otherwise it's facilities open and let's get folks safely in there. We've been working together on that, so that way there's not an impact on that to go down that water slide. Right. Any other questions on the Aquaplex? No? All right, I believe Parking District, you're up. You want me to do your presentation?
Good morning. I'm obviously not David McIntyre, who's on your agenda. I am Gail Brockman. I am the head parking nerd, parking program manager for the city of Flagstaff. And in the industry, that is actually a term. So I didn't know that that was a term in 2017 when parking was implemented, but here I am. I don't have a joke, sorry. Let's get right into it. In 2017, parking was implemented to do a very important thing downtown, which was manage the limited resource of parking. As a part of that, an ordinance was created to require us to set aside 20% of all parking revenues. When that was created, it referred to what we call as the lockbox. So we'll get to that here in just a second. So since 2017, we have been very fortunate to add approximately 140 new spaces downtown. It was the first parking added in over 25 years, I believe. We added 50 spaces at the site of the old municipal courthouse, located at Aspen and Beaver, and about 90 spaces at the old Catholic school on Cherry Avenue. Unfortunately, at the same time, we've lost about 70 spaces. We've lost 70 spaces on the south side off of Phoenix Avenue with the construction of the future downtown connection center, which is an awesome thing. Unfortunately, we will continue to lose spaces as development continues downtown. So this just highlights the need for us to continue to expand our parking options. So in that lockbox that I was talking about a second ago, we have approximately $1.6 million there, which seems like a lot to you and me, but in the grand scheme of building a parking garage, it's just a drop in the bucket. To build a garage, we're looking at upwards of $20 million. So given the financial realities of what we have versus what we need to spend, we are shifting away from building that great big garage that I'd love to see downtown covered in beautiful murals. And I mean, that's just me. But we're looking at instead focusing on partnerships, smaller parking projects spread throughout the district. We are actively exploring several different possibilities. We're looking at the FSL, which is the site of the future senior living center. We're also looking at the site of the downtown connection center, as well as a few other small partnerships. And we currently are in the process of a non-exclusive RFP, so we can identify those partners. And we are hopeful that at the end of this fiscal year, that we'll be able to enter an agreement so we can actually build some parking downtown with a partner. Any questions?
I have one.
Yes.
On the spot here a bit, but a topic that we've been chatting about a lot lately is downtown services and some enhancement of that. And that, of course, has consequence in terms of parking. So I don't want, if we're talking about that later, we don't have to chat about it now. I see Dave.
No.
Are we chatting about that later?
Yeah, we're chatting about that around 4:30, I believe, on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll retract the question, but you're on board with that.
I am. I definitely, if we're talking about parking rates, and it's something we will talk about later this afternoon, I feel that it's time. Parking has been up and running for 8 years, and it's time for us to look at considering increasing our parking rates.
Your initial comment, if I may, about the whole genesis of this being regulating parking behavior downtown, what you've seen.
Yes.
That's been a success.
It has been a success, definitely. We used to see what we called, when I started, I did 2-hour parking with Flag PD, and we chalked tires back in the day. So we used to see what we called a 2-hour shuffle, where whenever an employee saw us coming down the street, they would run out of their business, where they were working, they get in their car and they move it 300 feet because that's what's required. Code. So no, we don't see that anymore. People are paying to park, so which is nice. We recently implemented our booting and towing policy, and now we are seeing our repeat offenders, our scofflowers, parking elsewhere, leaving the spaces open downtown for people to come and pay to park and visit downtown. Parking behaviors are changing, so it's been a success over the last, gosh, almost 9 years, 8-9 years.
Wow. Thanks, Gail. That's good information.
Gail, before you leave, Councilmember Matthews has a question.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So, just a couple of questions. If we are abandoning building a parking garage, is the mandatory 20% set aside still in play? That's my first question. And second question is, if we're not building a garage, which was the commitment when we tore down the old courthouse, what is the communication or outreach to the community on this change?
Sure. So first I want to clarify, we're not completely abandoning building the garage. I would love to see Park Flag, the city of Flagstaff, have the money to be able to build the garage, but Park Flag isn't going to have $20 million for a really. So Park Flag specifically is not going to go out and just build a garage. We are looking at partnering with other people. So if somebody wants to build a development downtown and they're looking at how many parking spaces they need to have for their development, we want to partner with them and adding additional spaces that are also going to be used for visitors downtown. So instead of just building a Park Flag garage, we would partner with smaller developments downtown. So then we could also build parking, not only maybe in one place. Instead of having a huge garage downtown, we can have some on the south side. We can have some on the north side. We don't have a lot of parking out on the east end. So we're not specifically abandoning the idea. We're just looking at new and creative ideas to add the parking without the $20 million price tag.
Can I just add something to that?
Sure.
If I could just add, this is Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director, and one of the things that we're trying to do is find ways to use that 20%. I know part of the question was about that 20%. That money will still be going towards developing parking in the downtown, and creating supply is still a major focus of the Park Flag program. It's just that rather than trying to purchase a lot ourselves and build on it, which was be that $20 million number Gail was talking about, we put out this RFP, and some of the things that we're seeing are the ability to do something along the lines of 45 to 55,000 a space. But if we're doing a floor on a parking garage or a part of a different parking project, we can do 50 spaces where now we're a part of a larger project. So it's saving on infrastructure and scale. So now we're talking about a $2.5 million contribution, which is something Park Flag could do based on our lockbox and some debt financing versus a 20 million, which is still out of reach for us. And so I just wanted to kind of add that it's not that we're not going to use the 20% or that we're not going to be building parking. It's that we're seeking ways to do that more efficiently and where it actually stays on the tax rolls. It's a private project, but the city of Flagstaff would own a portion of it, manage that to provide supply, and actually be able to do that much quicker and more efficiently.
That's what I was going to add. We'll see parking in the next year or two, possibly, instead of in the next 20 years. Any more questions? Did we answer, Councilmember Matthews, did I answer both parts of your question?
I'm sorry, were you asking me a question? I'm sorry.
Did we answer both parts of your question?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Let me join you.
Morning, everyone. It's no surprise, Scott Overton, Public Works Director. You have a great construction joke. I'll get you my best one in 2 weeks. Education Community Center, you are very familiar with this. I was at the council meeting just last week to discuss the master agreement for this project. We will be visiting with you on Tuesday evening, April Fools, this next coming Tuesday with GMP1 for the design phase services contract to the original agreement. Again, as you remember, Levin Contracting will be our primary contractor on this project. We are quite excited now that it is in motion, and that design phase contract will take that 4 to 6 months time frame into the fall, and then we'll start to build the benchmarks, GMPs, and milestones for vertical construction and delivery. So stay tuned for more progress on this project, but it is in a great place. Okay. You're up.
Scott.
With 3 bags, John?
Yes.
Good morning, Christine Cameron, project manager for city capital improvements. So how do contractors party? You're already groaning. They raised the roof.
Getting better.
So our downtown mile, this is a local project or a project we've been working on for quite a while, trying to get our local projects underneath the rail corridor. It is a cooperative project with BNSF, as Stacy indicated, because they do want to bring their third rail through the region, and they need to get through our downtown. And so it was easier to partner with that effort with the city and BNSF. So the scope of the project includes a pedestrian underpass at Florence to Walnut here in La Plaza Vieja. And this is an area of really high trespassing. The Milton Road underpass, which is critical for that third rail realignment, so we can keep rail traffic moving through town during construction. There will also be enhanced pedestrian improvements on the edges of the road. We have the Rio de Flag pedestrian underpass that also conveys the Rio de Flag flood control project. And we also have safety improvements at San Francisco Street for pedestrians and vehicles. And we also have the Amtrak station platform improvements. So we'll be reconstructing the north platform for Amtrak and constructing a new south platform for Amtrak. Where's Christina?
The underpass under the railroad for Milton, getting under the railroad and building that third rail, are they planning to do a new construction or just patching up the old underpass?
So council member, what we're going to do is we're going to build a new bridge to the north of our existing bridge and keep those two rails active on the existing bridge while we're constructing. And then once we get two rails shifted over to the north, we'll construct the third, kind of the third leg of the bridge, because it's with the elevation difference in Milton, it's very tight there, and there's only so much we can raise the railroad. And so we'll have that new bridge to the north, and then we build a third rail. And so we build kind of into where the existing bridge sits today. There was a phased construction.
So, but it's basically all new construction.
At the end of the day, it'll be all new construction.
And related, Christy, once everything you just described is completed, the remnants of the old bridge.
Remnants come out, yes.
On that, just because I know it's of interest, and thank you for your question, Councilmember Spence. We're improving the height of the bridge, which has been an issue.
Yes, it's currently at 13.9 right now. And I don't know how long you've lived in Flagstaff, but oftentimes there will be something that's being towed, usually on a low buoy, and it gets caught underneath that bridge maybe once a year or so. But it'll be up to a standard 16.8 height, so ADOT standard.
Christine, which project is it that will stop the flooding underneath the bridge? Is it the Rio de Flag or is it this?
So as far as when we get flooding right here, there's an ADOT pump station that's right underneath the bridge, the little house that you see. Sometimes that goes down. And so what we're going to be doing is building a new pump house right up here where it will convey the flooding out of this low area here and put it into the Rio de Flag ultimately.
And is that this project or is
Correct.
it the Rio de
It's this project? Yeah. So our cost estimate is currently $63.4 million with design a little bit under 4, construction a little bit under 60. We did partner with BNSF for the USDOT Enter grant in 2022. We were in the first round of Biden's infrastructure bill, which we're really proud of that fact. The city contribution is 12.3, which is Prop 419 stormwater funding also. BNSF Railway is providing $11 million in a match. And ADOT, again, we have the smart funds at $3 million. So we are past 60% design, approaching 90s this summer. Fully the construction, I believe in early 2026. So next year, and that'll last until about 2028 for completion. One of the other grants that wasn't highlighted before on Stacy's slide was we received a Chrissy grant at the end of last year for the Amtrak platforms. That's $5 million in federal funding. Total project cost is 6.2, with the city of Flagstaff providing $747,000 and BNSF $500,000.
Councilmember Matthews has a question.
Councilmember?
Thank you. I didn't realize that I'd actually put my hand up yet, but I was about to. The mayor read my mind. So is the INFA grant, is that obligated or just awarded?
It is not obligated. We have obligations scheduled for September of this year.
And with the Chrissy grant, I would assume it's just awarded as well, since we just received it.
We just started in on our grant agreement. And as far as current events, we will be bringing the grant agreement for the downtown mile to council on the 15th of April. FRA and the city of Flagstaff.
Perfect, thank you.
Christine, so for those of us who might be taking holiday during the construction period, it amounts to a 2-year leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. If most of you were probably here when ADOT redid their bridge in front of City Hall, it will be somewhat of the same type of traffic control. We'll have 2 lanes in each direction when we can provide it. 1 lane probably is more typical. And then there may be sometimes, I think ADOT had like a full 2-week shutdown at one point. I don't know if they'll allow us that, but we might have shorter term shutdowns for several days just to get the bridge structure in and those kind of things. So everyone go buy an e-bike is what I'm saying. Get around town a lot easier. Aside from the current council item we have coming in April, we will also have a public meeting here in a couple months. So.
Thank
you.
Trevor Henry.
No, sorry. I'm just gonna wait to it. What's the next slide? We'll know when we.
Good morning, Your Honor. Vice Mayor, council members, I'm Trevor Henry. I am the capital improvements engineer for the city of Flagstaff. And keeping the flavor of construction jokes.
I had no idea there were this many construction.
I had no idea they were jokes.
Is a construction worker's favorite type of music. Heavy metal. I would dab in that type of music, that genre, a few years ago. You can't picture it. Had long hair.
What type of music do you listen to now then?
I still listen to that type of music.
We'd like a photo at the next retreat, please.
I do have a photo.
Yeah.
Well, somewhat of a photo. But I'm going to talk about Spruce Wash. And Spruce Wash is part of Prop 441. And we were before you, in early February. We did a bond project update. So I covered some of that information, but it's still a good time to go over that. Not a whole lot has happened, but we're making progress on construction. So Spruce Wash, again, Prop 441, 2022, approved by the voters, about 75% favor. It's mitigation measures due to the museum fire that happened up further to the north, upstream. So Spruce Wash has a big corridor. And if you look to the right of the map or the slide, you have the routes on this picture before. So there's 10 projects within this suite. So all of that is part of Spruce Wash. And we have a budget of about 39 million for the entire suite or the program itself. Prop 441 initiated 6 million. And then the remainder is grant funding and other funds that we are able to bring to the table. Right now, we are probably going to have a funding balance of about 40 million. And that's kind of where we're sitting now. So we do have a little bit more than
We have, but we're not done. We're not finished yet. So we're still working through that. So if you look at the map on the, right there, we have a little box 5. That is the Cedar Avenue crossing. So everything to the north is currently being worked on. Everything to the south is still coming. So all of that work is still in place and we're kind of moving forward. We will be in front of you hopefully in early May with GMP number 6. And that should take us where everything's south of Cedar Avenue. So again, we're making progress, we're moving forward. The idea here is to be finished maybe summer of next year, wrapping up everything, kind of being in a good place. Right now, we're still continuing with design efforts on the entire program. And again, just going to be finished probably summer of next year. I think we had planned to be finished maybe in early 2027, but everything is going well. A very bad winter has been very good for construction. So we're continue to move on with that. And I think that's all I have for planning.
The question that everybody wants to know today.
Yeah, definitely.
When is Linda Vista going to open?
Right.
And will it be open before the roundabout at 4th Street?
So what we had to do there is because we were working on project number 3, number 2, number 1, a little bit of number 4, that whole area was getting torn up. And we're putting in storm drain, we're putting in sewer, water infrastructure there. We had to do some curbs and gutters. So everything was pretty much in disarray, kind of like construction normally is. So what really helped us is to be able to provide that closure at Linda Vista right there by Spruce Wash. So that occurred early, maybe summer of last year, fall of last year. And so the idea was we were going to try to keep that closed until school dismissed for the summer this year. So May 23rd is our target to open Linda Vista there at Spruce Wash. So that road will be open. And we understand that ADOT, the 4th and Lockett roundabout project, we'll talk about that here in a little bit, but that project will close the intersection on that same date. So there's been some coordinations going on. So Linda Vista will be open, Lockett, 4th and Cedar, that intersection will be closed. That help?
Good news.
We're going to continue messaging that, right? So that the public isn't surprised.
Yes, so that the plan there is we have a public information firm that we have contracted with for both projects, and they are going to continue to message coordination. If there's anything related to construction will be voiced, will be out. But the way the intersection is going to work, the closure will not happen until Linda Vista is open. And again, we're targeting May 23rd.
Mayor, just to add to that, I think one of the things that we've been doing on quite a few of our capital projects is getting out groups and presenting, and Trevor and his team will be presenting before the FUSD governing board at their request on some of these projects. So I feel like the coordination is going very well.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got to check out the chat, Trevor.
Morning, Mayor, Council, Lee Williams, Water Services. I'm here to talk about 2 projects we have going on the Prop 441 money. First is the Rio turbo blowers. Sorry, I didn't come prepared with a construction joke.
That's all right.
Okay, I'm feeling wholly unprepared right now. So turbo blowers, we had new ones installed in 2017. They were a huge upgrade in efficiency. So this project is adding instrumentation and control so that those efficient blowers can now run more efficiently. Some of it will have to do with some programming to the VFDs. If you're not familiar with that, a VFD is a variable frequency drive. It's kind of like a speed control on the fan in your living room, but on an industrial scale.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think you just told your joke. This efficiency blower is now more efficient?
Yeah, we will be making it more efficient. Yes.
Joke.
Yeah. We'll be adding some additional probes, DO probes, so that these blowers only run as fast as they need to, which will save electricity. Like I said, it's Prop 441 money. The budget is 1.4 million, and we are currently working with Hazen and Sawyer scoping the project, just to find out exactly what parameters we can include and still maintain the budget. Questions on that one? All right. And second project, got this in the same room about a month ago, Rio de Flag backup generators. The Rio de Flag plant is located in the center of town. It currently has no backup power. So when APS power goes down, the blowers go down, and those little bugs in the water are really good at doing their job, but not when they don't have oxygen. So these generators will allow that plant to continue running, allow us to oxygenate that water so that those bugs can stay alive and continue to process the water for us. Historically, when the power goes down, even for 20 to 30 minutes, a few hours later, as that slug of water comes through the plant, you see a turbidity spike, and it kind of puts us at risk of being out of compliance. So this will be a huge upgrade in resiliency for us. This is partially funded with Prop 441, $2.2 million. And as Stacy mentioned earlier, we got a grant for it through WIFA, which is being administered through the DEMA, Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. And this is the same as one of the grants that Stacy talked about. There's these periods of performance, POPs, POPs. We're in design. They give us $500,000 for design. Once we show that we've completed that step, they will then issue more money for the ordering of the parts and the construction of this project. The original agreement was back in 2022. Like I said, we're in design phase right now with Black and Beach, and we should start construction next summer. Sir?
Is this a diesel powered generator?
These will be diesel powered, yes.
Just for people's awareness, if we look ahead a decade or two, this type of backup generator will be obsolete because hydrogen powered fuel cell standby generators will be the appliance of the future. But I understand right now the cost of a fuel cell backup generator is probably 2 or 3 times what a diesel is.
They're still expensive, and the supply chain may not be there for the hydrogen just yet, especially in an emergency situation where we would need these to run possibly continuously for several hours or days. If you have a history in that, I'd like to talk more with you about it. Yeah. All right. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you. Is it? Just double check here. Yep. Okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and be back here. Not by that clock. Don't pay attention to it. Scott does not keep any clock on time in here. And your computer to come back at 10:15. And then we'll do that when we come back.
Thank you, Stacy.
Safer journeys together. Navigating a roundabout can be confusing, especially as a pedestrian. Cars and bicycles are required to stop for any pedestrian in a crosswalk, but don't assume they know that or that they see you. When they come to a complete stop, begin crossing. As a bike or vehicle, once the pedestrian has cleared your specific lane, you may proceed. In this case, there are 3 distinct intersections to cross, each divided by a small island. You made it. Outstanding.
They are silly. If I didn't mention that, I should actually just take a moment to thank Chris Fair at the city and PD who helped us make sure we got the right message across in videos. So thanks to those staff.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, Chris Fair, as we'll get to later, he will be your confident bicyclist as well. All right, with that, we're gonna bring up streets and transportation. Sam. Sam?
Sam is not
Oh.
here. I will be filling in for
Yeah,
Sam. I don't have my step ladder today. I have to actually bring my step ladder, so I need Sam's stat. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jarrett Nelson, Public Works Project Manager. Here just to give you a quick overview on road repair and street safety. More construction. I apologize, I too do not have a construction joke. I'll have to work on that. So this is a Proposition 406 funded project. That funds the majority of the project, but it is also HERF funding as well that kicks in. But the large majority is Proposition 406, which is passed back in 2014. It's a 20 years sales tax, and we have between 8 and 10 million each year roughly to do this maintenance project. So this year, we're really excited. We've done a lot of good stuff last year, and we have a full project coming up this year. Phase 1 is going to be the chip seal and some of the light treatments. That's coming up. GMP 1, so we're going to be sending that through council shortly, and then the phase 2 is going to be our mill and overlay, which is going to be our bigger projects. And we're really going to be improving a lot of roads that are falling apart, you know, potholes, and some of the worst roads will be on that mill and overlay project. So we're excited about that. Couple of the highlights. Stavana Way, that's one that been on our radar for quite a while. We pushed it off due to some of the flooding impacts in the area, but now that the 180 crossing is done, we can get back on that Stavana Way. So that one will be a full rebuild that we're gonna do. We also have some other stuff coming up in that. We got Schweitzer Canyon, San Francisco. Both of those are high traffic areas that we're gonna do a mill and fill on. And then we're also going to be doing some work on 89A at the Country Club interchange, getting rid of some of those areas near the ADOT interchange that are having constant potholes and stuff. So that's another one we're excited about. And all that stuff will be coming in phase 2, the second GMP here in the next month or so. So with that, does anyone have any questions?
I have a quick question.
Okay.
What's the Walnut Hills area?
So the Walnut Hills area, that's kind of in the back of Country Club there. If you go all the way down Country Club and past the driving range, it's in the back of that area there. And that's a road we've done some work on one segment of it, but the other segment of it has some really big cracks in it. So we're gonna do some work on that this year.
Thank you. I'm particularly excited about these improvements.
Yeah, I'm glad you are. We are very excited about them too. I drive the roads every day, and there's a lot of roads that need fixing, and we're trying to get to as many of them as we can.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, everyone.
Jared, maintenance of our assets is as important as building them in the first place. Next up, Trevor is busy finding old pictures of himself to share with the audience. So we are going to have Paul Mood do transportation.
Thank you. for the rest of the morning and right after lunch, we're gonna have transportation and bike and ped. So you're gonna see a lot of the capital engineering team. A lot of you remember last year we had some vacancies. So a lot of the faces you will be seeing are a lot of new people. So we'll get a chance to get them in front of council. So we're really excited. One thing that I will note that you'll see some projects from water services. So a lot of our project managers now are working on 5 or 6 of water services projects that you'll be seeing, like the backup generators is one. So we're really able to help out water services so they can focus on the bigger projects. And then really quickly, what did one wall say to the other wall? Exactly. Better. They're getting better.
Lemke gonna sing this year.
Can ask him. He's going to be presenting later. If he's going to. We're going to start. I think the first project. Well, which way do I go? Right or left? First one's gonna be David Peterson with the Beulah University and the underpass. So familiar face on this project.
Woohoo! I had a really good chemistry joke, but I was just really concerned that I might not get a reaction. I'm David Peterson, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Nice to be with you this morning. A lot of great info on this slide, but I want to start by backing up a couple things here and saying this was approved by voters in 2000. So I'm thrilled to say that we will be completing this project August 1st of this year. You can look forward to your underpass. A ribbon cutting ceremony or something out there for our community once we have this open and going. I would also like to say that we were able to partner with the fire department and police department during the demo of this project for their training, so they could get in there with their SWAT teams, do some building tactical maneuvers. Also, the fire department was able to train on their fire trucks that tends to tear up asphalt, and that old asphalt area up in here was great for driving fire trucks. One of the things I got early in this project was, this isn't going to fix the congestion on Milton. I loved my response because you're 100% right. The objective of this project wasn't to alleviate traffic on Milton. It was to realign the horizontal alignment of University. So this was our old University Ave, which will now be Fresquez, and our university will now be horizontally aligned. So that was a safety measure that we were able to address in this project. Pedestrian underpass, we have the new Beulah extension. So this section of roadway is new. We have beautiful bus lanes in there as well. Kate, thank you for your work with Mountain Lion on this. And the budget was about 24 million on this project as well. So we have contributions from the Vintage Partners. It was a private-public partnership, the P3, that made this possible. And then we also have the reimbursement to come for the underpass from Vintage Partners as well. So that's the roughly $3 million that they have 5 years to pay to complete that as well. Are there any questions on Beulah? This one's just really exciting because for once it's a presentation that says the light at the end of the tunnel. Literally, there is. And John Wesley Powell, this one is really fun too, because this one brought a lot of partners together, a lot of communications to make this project even possible. Another one that has had a long lifespan as far as projects go. But this one looks like we're going to be making a lot of progress here in the next 3 years. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. It's been a lot of meetings. This has grown from a very simple project that was kind of cold for a long time to something that's grown way beyond a lot of the small group that it started with. So I've been involved with this one and Beulah for about 7 years. And it's really fun to see that we'll be designing this portion, this red section of the map. So you've seen multiple versions of this map over the last couple of years, but this is the latest one that shows the city portion here on the Gibson and the Little America portion. So we are working to get the design on that. We'll be back before council before break to award that design through a change order with Peak Engineering. The total project cost for this one's about 51 million. Again, that's that 60-40% split to fund the project. And we've been great partners on this one too. For example, Arizona Game and Fish has been at the table. They were just with us in the meetings yesterday, talk about wildlife, talk about the trails, talk about the open space. There's just a lot of opportunity, including the housing and really utilizing the last quadrant of our city that has not had development and not had access. So this is just a really exciting project to bring this one online. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions for John Wesley Powell.
I do have one question. You were talking about the Arizona Game and Fish. What kind of solutions do you have for animal migrations across those roads and stuff like that?
Councilmember Garcia, we don't have conclusive ones, but we're working really closely with them to figure out what crossings on the Rio will look like, what underpasses look like, what wildlife underpasses can wildlife and pets share. It's got a very complex answer, so we have to balance that obviously with a feasible budget as well to make sure that we can have a corridor that is efficient at crossing both. So
If I can add to that, thank you for the question, council member. Other thing, just a reminder is this is going to be a 35-mile-an-hour arterial, and one, I think with the speed out there in particular should be much safer for the wildlife than a faster moving arterial.
Cool. I'm glad that you guys are talking about it though. Thank you.
yeah, they're amazing partners and have amazing knowledge. So I'm glad not only with Game and Fish, but also with other designers that have wildlife biologists. Really good insight as well, so.
And it's still 2 lanes.
Still 2 lanes. The right of way to expand in the future should that ever become where it needs to go. But
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say that we made a commitment to bring this back to council, and I think that's the Rio crossing.
yeah, that's what I was speaking earlier too, that we'll be back before council break. We'll be sharing with some of the design to date and then also asking for the contract so we can be working on that during council break and in fall. Anticipation that construction will start next construction.
Nice work.
Pass it on.
Big project.
It is. It's a wonderful one. Thank you for your time.
Detail, not.
There we go. Kristen, do you guys mind introducing who's next?
Am I facilitating now, Kate?
Yeah, I'm done.
We have a specific name in the agenda, so.
Okay. Hello again, Christine Cameron, project manager. So this is our Lone Tree Overpass and Corridor Improvement Project. So this is a project that's been in our regional plan. We've been working on it for 20+ years. Provides another north-south corridor through town, the middle of town. Also a grade separated crossing of the railroad tracks and the future ready to flag. We have 3 protected intersections at Sawmill, Franklin, and Butler going in, and that's per our new ATMP, Active Transportation Master Plan. We also have the widened and extended roadway through the corridor. So the cost estimate is 161, and this is why I'm probably the biggest headache for John and Heidi. So apologies there. It has grown quite a bit, and it's funded out of Prop 420 and Prop 419. With construction coming in at 125 million. That also includes about 17 million for BNSF rail relocation for them to do their track work. Designs right over 10, properties around 20, and with the remainder being permits and administration fees. We are hoping for some offset through the RTAC funding bill. Kate, I don't know if you're going to speak to that today at all, but it's something that may be passed with the budget for the state this year. So we just need to get down and lobby is what you're saying, right?
Yep, get down and lobby for it if you want it.
Okay. The design is complete, and we have started on the corridor portion of the project, which is Butler Avenue and everything south to O'Leary. The traffic control, we have 2 different phases of traffic control that went in already this year. The first phase was to take the medians out. We had traffic kind of split north and south. We just shifted traffic over to our second phase. And so this will remain this configuration until the end of the season. And so all traffic is put to the south of Butler, 1 lane in each direction. So we'll be reconstructing the north of Butler Avenue and all the edge improvements. And then on Lone Tree, all the traffic is on the east side of Lone Tree. And so we'll be constructing all the improvements on the west side of the street. And so in the next season, I mean, we may get ahead of ourselves and be able to switch traffic and start on the other sides, but the next traffic phase is scheduled for next construction season, excuse me. So that is the Lone Tree Overpass and Corridor. If there's any questions. Okay, thank you. And this is, who's next? Dan? I didn't show my slide. The rendering that was done a little bit earlier on behind. And so again, this shows the overpass. This is the connection with Route 66. This is the Venus railway corridor that's going to be shifted to the south and lowered a little bit to get the clearance over the bridge or under the bridge. And then this is the future Rio de Flag. And then this was the Eldon connector, which was at one time a connector street that has been turned into a bike path, multi-use path through this area. So. So Ann Taylor is our next PM.
That's the slide. Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you. For those who don't know me, my name is Ann Taylor. I'm Senior Project Manager for the Capital Improvement Team. Today I will be presenting two projects. The first project is the Butler 4th Street improvement. If you're not familiar with this project, this is basically an safety improvement project through this corridor. First, I'd like to have you take a look at the map. This is the project limits of the project. It starts at the I-40 interchange on Butler, goes east to Sonoma Heights. Improvements will also include 4th Street from Sparrow Avenue south to Crestone, and then also at the crossing for Harold Ranch Road. A couple items that are included in the scope are the roundabouts. There are two proposed roundabouts, one at 4th Street intersection, and then the other one is proposed at Harold Ranch Road. Included also, if you take a look at the image down here, it is a cross section of the proposed improvements. You will note that there are improvements to the bike path and pedestrian walks. And then also included at the 4th Street intersection is a pedestrian but at the pedestrian crosswalk at the box, similar to Beulah's project. As for the budget currently is at 32.2 million. Construction is estimated at 28 million, and land acquisition and design is at 4 million. Of the project, of the cost, we have applied and were awarded the RAISE grant award for $19 million. We did receive an official email stating that the city was awarded. We have, as far as I know, we don't have a contract. So I know there were questions. In addition of that 28 million or of the RAISE grant, the city's commitment is $10 million. To offset that cost, we are currently applying for the Arizona Smart Grant Fund in the amount of 3.8 million is 20% of the 19 million that we are allowed to ask for. And currently, for design, we are at 30% has been completed. We are moving on to the next phase, which will be 60 to 100% completed design. As for schedule, design will be completed fiscal year 2025, and construction is scheduled for 2026 and 2027. Questions? Yes, Mayor.
If something should change on Butler and there were no longer big trucks, we still need the roundabout at Harold Ranch Road.
That would, we've had that question before. It all depends on the traffic studies that we've done. This might be a question for Jeff. He might know more about it if he doesn't mind how that would impact our design.
Time to think of a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, no problem. Good morning still. Good morning, Jeff Bowman, engineer. We have had this question and we've been talking about the location of that Harold Ranch Road. And I think on this picture is it comes out where it comes out today, and the concept has been we'll have access management along Butler and the trucks will turn around there. So it serves that purpose, but it also serves access into all of that land to the south. Harold Ranch Road on the regional plan actually connects from Butler all the way down to John Wesley Powell, the project that was just talking about. So we'll need we're gonna have a fairly major intersection. And so we've been thinking it's gonna be a roundabout, whether it's trucks U-turning or it's just a major intersection along Butler in the future.
Would the size change?
Design could probably change a little bit. The trucks, the way it works with the trucks is the roundabout actually doesn't get that much bigger. The trucks just take both lanes.
Okay.
And then that center island that has the mountable curbs, they take that as well. So they kind of take 2.5 lanes to turn around. So you don't actually change the design a ton, a little bit, but not a lot.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia has a question.
It might be for you, I'm not really sure. I noticed you hesitated just a little bit when you were talking about the funding. You said that we were awarded with the letter. Did you want to expand on that, or?
I know we had questions on this last week, whether that has been changed with the administration, the new administration reviewing the grants. Our understanding is that we have received the grant funding of the $19 million. We have not seen anything, saying differently than that. So I know that there's a lot of questions, but unless we hear officially, we are relying, or, we're expecting the $19 million.
I may be able to help. Oh, Stacy's here. I was gonna save her the walk.
I got a team to.
Slides and a team.
So we did receive the official board notification, and then soon after that, DOT and Trump came back with letters that they're reviewing each of the grant agreements, and then will issue us a determination if we have eligibility issues. I don't see anything in our grant agreement. Kate and I've had a lot of conversations about it. It's just taking time for the Department of Transportation to go through each grant and the narrative and then issue a determination. So, but I feel very confident. I've talked to Bob Holmes. We've talked that we're not in jeopardy to lose this grant.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Stacy. Big Lemke, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. Hello, my fellow city employees and Kate. I'm really happy to be here. I do have a joke for you about construction. So why did it take so long for the construction worker to propose to his girlfriend?
Oh.
Yes, that is the answer. Thank you. All right. So today, I'll be talking to you about the Smoke Rise and Highway 89 signal rebuild. So for some context, this is on the northeast side of town, like right near the edge of town. It's one of the actual last signals as you're leaving town north on Highway 89. And it got brought to us in a few different ways. We had several citizens call us with concerns about the operations of this intersection. And we also identified it in our crash analysis of the city and our crash report as a location that does experience crashes that could be corrected with infrastructure. And so another layer of this is that this signal was kind of grandfathered to us from ADOT. This was originally owned and operated by ADOT. And when it got to us, it did have deficiencies. It was missing signal heads, it was missing pedestrian signal heads. The mast arms were in wonky places, a lot of things that should be corrected and need to be corrected. And I'm really excited about this project because we finally have the opportunity to correct them and make it a better intersection for safety, operations, all those things. So that's where it's located. So why the project's and what is being done. So we are updating all the corners of the intersection to be ADA compliant. That goes with the push buttons for pedestrians. It goes with the curb ramps. We're also adjusting the northbound and north and southbound left turns to make sure that they're more safe and that they have protected phasing capabilities. we are making sure that each leg of the intersection has sufficient signal heads and updating all the pedestrian signal heads as well where they were present before. And this is also being funded by Prop 419. Our budget is $700,000. We are on track. We're not going exceeding our budget. We're at $79,000 currently, and that's what we spent, and I don't believe we will be spending any more. We should be finishing design next month, and then we are hoping to complete construction this year with the remaining of the budget. And we did, as an update, work with Public Works to include in this design a mast arm replacement at a different intersection, Country Club and Nestle Purina, because it is cheaper to include those like smaller designs in these bigger projects. And we'll be replacing a mast arm that was too low, is getting hit by semi trucks and like larger vehicles at Nestle and Purina. So we're going to raise that up to make sure that it's at the proper clearance. And yeah, with that, with the design, the schedule, all that, we are on track. I believe that brings me to the end.
Is a mast arm where the light is something?
Yes, the signal heads. Yes, that's where the signal heads are. Yeah. And any other questions, please ask me.
David.
Roundabout out.
Morning, Mayor, Council, Malik Latino. I've been with the city for about 4 years. Met a lot of you, but I know there's a lot of new faces as well. So just wanted to reintroduce myself. 4 years with construction inspections, 1 year with capital improvements. Happy to be part of this awesome team. So the first project I'm going to talk about is the much anticipated 4th Street and Lockett Roundabout. So as many of you have probably heard, this project is about to start. Before I go over schedule though, I would just like to touch on an overview of the project. I know most of us are familiar with it, but we are replacing the current signalized intersection with a roundabout. This roundabout has crossings at each leg of the intersection that are going to have pedestrian beacons. Currently, the project total cost is looking around 6.9 million, with the city share being about 5. Please keep in mind, this is a total cost. This is including our right-of-way, home demolition, time put into this project throughout the years, and then our share of the construction cost, which we've actually sent to ADOT. So a big part of this project is the grant funding and our partnership with ADOT. ADOT is administering this project, and the city's partnered with them and Fan Construction to be delivering the construction. So that grant funding is 1.9 million of the project. Like I mentioned, we are starting work soon. We are starting next week with initial mobilization, several public outreach with Beta PR, like Trevor had mentioned. They're working on the Spruce Wasp projects, so it's awesome to have them part of that team as well. And again, those closures, that full lane closure or full intersection closure, that's not going to be taking place until May. And the expectation is we will not have Linda Vista and this full closure taking place at the same time. Are there any questions? Yes.
The new TCE, the yellow on here,
Yes.
I can't tell, is that a parcel number? That's
That I believe so. Over here.
And so what will be there?
So this is actually showing a temporary construction easement in this orange. So this is not going to be like a permanent easement. It's just temporary construction easements we have with property owners. It's good to kind of depict that because it's really 2 phases of this project. Phase 1 being some initial work on the southwest. And so some of this to get this footprint, this new footprint essentially larger, slightly larger than what's there. So we're sides for phase 1. And that's what's requiring a lot of that TCE area.
Are you asking what's there right now?
No, what's going to be there when it's done. So it's going to be what, so it's in front of the library. So it's just part of a parking lot and Okay.
Yep, yeah, so they lost a couple spaces with this. This was worked out with the property owner at that point, and actually CCC owns that property now. There had been a different property owner. Yeah.
I just had a quick question. What is HSIP?
Highway Safety Improvement Program.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just raised my hand to ask a question, then I forgot what my question was.
No,
No, it is, okay, I just remembered it. So right now there are some signs.
Yes.
Up, and can you just explain what's happening right now?
So right now is APS work. I wouldn't say it's part of this project, but it is related to this project. We had done significant relocate work a year, maybe 2 years ago. And then with some personnel change, there are additional conduits that need to be put in place. We have a wire that's essentially not safe to dig around. So we partnered with, I mean, it feels like a partnership. We're always working with APS, but they really are helping out and jumped on this one. The project was coming so quickly, so value that partnership as well.
Thank you. And that tree that's on the pine forest,
Yes,
it's still coming down?
it's coming down. One of the two. Yep, and they're, yeah, one of the two are. More questions?
Thank you, Alec. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Taylor again. Thank you.
Hey, hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My other project I mentioned today is the other half or the east half of Butler Avenue. This is the Butler Avenue Complete Streets project. This is the project limits. You can see that it starts on Milton Road and it goes east just past Sawmill. And this image down here shows the protected intersections, the proposed intersections. And this layout or this image shows the cross section. So the scope of work for this project includes separated bike lanes, basically, which is shown here, separated meaning from the traveling lane. And it's there's a buffer in between the lane itself and the bike lanes and the pedestrian lanes. Included also will be 3 protected intersections, one at San Francisco, Beaver Street, and Sawmill Road, and then 2 enhanced crossing, Humphreys and O'Leary. As for budget, the current budget is $12 million. And the good news is we've already secured these 2 grants. We have the Safe Street for All grant at $9.6 million. And we also have the AZ Smart Fund grant for $2.4 million. So, and then for design, currently we are planning to have the RSOQ out. We have a 15% feasibility report. So shortly, within the next month, hopefully we will have the RSOQ out to acquire consultant. Design consultant. Construction is scheduled for 2026 and 27. And this, as you know, will intersect Christine's project, the Lone Tree Road overpass project, and we will be working with her to minimize any type of rework in an effort to save cost, because her project is right, we'll be crossing there. So any questions?
This, okay, so Sunnyside, the STEAM Center, and this are my favorite.
3 projects.
Any questions? I'm sorry, I don't have a joke for you. Thank you. Next is David.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, Council, and everyone. My name is Dave Nixon. I work, I'm one of the new hires that Mr. Mood had mentioned. I'm working for Trevor as a project manager. I'm not new to project management. I come from the private sector, so I've been in Flagstaff for about 25 years doing PM work, and I'm going to date myself and a few others, but I think about 20 some years ago, I had an opportunity was low bid on some street work, and I got to work with Jeff Bauman and Trevor Henry. And then I also did a project, again, some time ago with Christine, back in the day. So back when the city was in the chasement. You guys, the chasement back then, but, anywho's, I'm just very grateful to work with, to be in Flagstaff and work with this team. It's just been it's been a really good transition, and I'm super happy to have migrated this way. So, okay, enough about Dave. And that's it. They also, I think they've needed another Dave in engineering.
Question, did you know Trevor when he had the long hair or no?
No, and I was asking Martin, I said, gosh, and then I said, man, that's what I know is the short answer. I wish I had though. Absolutely. I can't see him without it now. So anyway, very grateful to be here. And this is probably the least anticipated project. This is Country Club in Oakmont intersection, and its genesis started, I think, in 2012 maybe, and it was kind of a start-stop situation. But basically, the idea here, there was some safety concerns. A lot of folks heading south on Country Club. There's a blind spot and kind of a hill, which just makes for, I'm sure everyone's has played golf and driven through that intersection. Just makes for some a few more crashes that may be able to be avoided. So we're doing a 15% feasibility study with WSP. And so one option is to kind of leave it as it is, but maybe do some cuts and make the visibility. Another option is a stop control. And then everyone's favorite third option would be any roundabout. So here in another month, we'll have those deliverables internally in our department to review, and the next stop would be over to Transportation Committee for this one. The budget is 2.2. We spent about 150 on our preliminary feasibility design work, and this project has been pushed a little bit. We've got design and a schedule for 26, and then depending on how things vet out, construction in 27. So that's Country Club, Oakmont intersection. Any questions on the project? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just wondering, where does the 2.2 come from? I mean, which pot of money?
Oh, that's a great question. Jeff.
This is a Prop 419.
Okay, thank you.
So that's it on this one. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
And then break for lunch after this.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Geneva Lanzetta. I am one of the new hires with Capital Improvements, city about 8 months. I know Mayor Daggett from high school, so it's fun to be up here today.
We went to high school together.
Exactly. The project that I have for you today is La Plaza Vieja Phase 2. So the first phase of this project was completed back in 2021, which is also when the design for this phase was completed. Since then, we've just been trying to secure funds to go to construction. And the goal of this project is to serve the La Plaza Vieja neighborhood, as well as we have Haven Montessori on the bottom left-hand corner of this intersection and Natural Grocers on the bottom right-hand corner. So our intention is to install traffic calming measures. So we'll be including curb bump outs at each corner of the intersection. We'll be doing new curb, gutter, and ramps. And then, not depicted here, but we'll have a crosswalk on both the north and south side of Clay Avenue. And then in addition to all of the road work, we will be installing a storm drain from diagonally across the intersection to capture any flows in that area. So like I mentioned, the design was completed in 2021. So our next steps are to update them to meet current standards once we have funding. And construction will be dependent on when we can. So back in 2024, we applied for a federal earmark. We were unsuccessful with that effort. However, Christine's project that she mentioned earlier, the Amtrak platforms, was awarded one of these before they received the Chrissy grant. So as part of the DC trip next week, I know there's an intention to ask lobbyists about transferring this money between projects. And if that is unsuccessful, we will reapply for an earmark next year and hopefully get this project going. So, yeah, any questions?
Councilmember Spence?
Thank you. Am I correct in thinking there's a pocket park at this intersection? Is it on the northeast part of the intersection, the pocket park?
Yes.
Is that affected by your project?
No, so we won't be touching any of the neighboring properties. We'll just be trying to slow traffic in the areas. So it'll be all within the city anyway.
And you mentioned 2 crosswalks. Are there not any painted crosswalks going north to south across Clay? Reason why there are no north-south crosswalks?
Going to defer to Mr. Trevor Henry on this one.
Spence, so the east-west is uncontrolled, so there's no stop signs. So it's very difficult to put a crosswalk when on an uncontrolled portion of an intersection. North and south is controlled with a stop sign. So those are.
Thank you.
That help.
The drainage, is that included in the 1.2 million or is that coming from somewhere else?
As far as I'm aware, that will be part of our earmark request, yes. Yes.
Any good stories about your diet from high school?
So just embarrassed that she knew me in middle and high schools. A long way.
We all have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Geneva. We're gonna take a long lunch break, have all those networking conversations. The slides says 12:30, but I'm gonna ask you to really come back at 12:25 so that we can have a couple of videos to get us started and then launch right into it again at 12:30. So go. All right, thank you, everyone. You are a very prompt group. I appreciate that. And I'd also just like to commend city staff for following prompts well with your jokes today. I appreciate that you all follow that lead. We're going to start with a video or two real quick to get us started over the next 5 minutes. The mayor should be back with us in a couple minutes, but the videos will entertain us for
For journeys together. In order to go straight through a roundabout on a bike, you must merge into the car lane. First check that it's safe. Exceptional. Then signal your intention and merge to your left. Proceed through the bike lane as if you were a car. Once through, continue your journey in the bike lane. Smashing success.
hold it early. Okay, the question, a very serious question, is why a Brit is the
Welcome to Safer Journeys Together.
answer.
Pedestrians always have the right of way in a crosswalk, but the few lighted crosswalks in Flagstaff have specific rules. Knowing them can help keep everyone safe. Once a pedestrian hits the walk button, the lights will begin flashing yellow. This means come to a stop if you aren't already in the intersection, much like a yellow light. This rule applies to bicycles and cars. When the light is solid red, you must stay put, even if the lane is clear. Once the lights begin flashing, you can proceed carefully if the crosswalk on your side is clear, and if no pedestrians are moving toward your lane from the other side. If a pedestrian is crossing toward your lane, you must wait until they have cleared completely. Good on you. Another safe crossing.
I mean, obviously, it's more fun, is why we had a Brit do the narration.
Welcome to Safe.
And we were trying to channel Jake Bacon as a loved community member. No, but really, that was the first reaction when we all watched them. We were like, this is a Flagstaff-based video. What's with the narration? And then everybody agreed it actually gets your attention, and that's the goal of the video. So stuck with it, and then it makes it a little more fun at the end. So appreciate humoring those. As I said, they're drafts. We're working through a couple little edits with them, but want to move into foots and bike ped projects. So I think we're bringing Merton in. So, oh, no,
first.
Alex coming up.
Thank you. Some active transportation projects now. We were at this budget retreat last year. I did talk about this project. So last year we did put this project out to bid, due to some design issues and some oversight. Took it back to design, redesigned some of these areas of concern, tried to look at some value engineering. Not much hope, but we currently have plans now, and we're hoping to get the project out to bid again soon. It's currently up with procurement, so we're just waiting to see it advertised. But the project scope, Foots Trail, the Foots, it starts from downtown. It's going from Terrace all the way to Schweitzer Canyon, roundabout area. So it is about a mile of trail. It's a little under a mile of trail. It's a mix between aggregate and concrete. Some sections will be concrete, some sections will be aggregate. There's a considerable amount of stormwater improvements as well. So the budget is 3.2 million with a construction estimate of around 2.7. Like Ed mentioned before, we're hoping to see this advertised, dependent on weather, complete late 2025. More than likely it'll spill over into 2026 for the winter time. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Straightforward.
And Dave Nixon's going to come up next.
Good afternoon, everybody. My other presentation is Foots Asphalt Repair, and hopefully this is more exciting than my last presentation. The asphalt repair has started as a small section of our 8 miles of paved Foots Trail out at Fort Valley, and as we've worked through the project with capital and with transportation, it's grown. Happy to report it's grown a little larger to treatment for the entire 8 miles of city maintained asphalt. So the idea here is this is going to be a complete refresh on all of our asphalt trails. And the project is slated to be going to council the beginning, I think May 6th is what I've got on the worksheet right now and locked in. And we'll be starting construction as soon as school is out in June. So I know these trails are in various stages of disrepair, and we get some calls from concerned citizens. So hopefully by the fall, this project will eliminate all of those problems.
Councilmember Matthews has her hands up.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Why are we choosing asphalt? I know I live off Lake Mary Road, and what people fondly call these as zippers because of the asphalt buckling through heat or water pressure. I had been under the understanding that we were going to convert over to concrete. Can you speak on that?
Certainly. Oh, let me start it, and if I'm missing some blanks, Martin can fill in, but I think the overriding factor was the cost. So as far as removing all the asphalt and replacing it with concrete became a much larger, I don't have the figure in front of me, so the monies that we had to work with, we were able to get more done in the asphalt. And so yes, the asphalt has had some problems. Some of it is quite old, and it's also, some of it has not, we don't have the full history on it, but our proposed improvements are going to make a better asphalt trail through construction means and methods, through mixed design, a better mixed design. And so we have spent a lot of time and a lot of meetings with the engineers and the asphalt suppliers in coming up with a way that is going to be a better product. And I don't know if I captured everything or if you wanted to add to that, Martin.
Yeah, I think you got the main part of it. The other thing that we're doing as part of this project is we're including money in out years in the budget for treatment of the asphalt, specifically seal coat, which will help extend the life of it. So we think that we'll get better life out of asphalt just by doing that regular maintenance, in addition to all the things that Dave mentioned that we think will work better for so the mix and how it's prepared and everything else. It should last longer. We have a little bit of experience with this. We replaced the trail along Pulliam Drive probably more than 5 years ago. And if you were around then, that trail was in equally bad condition with cracks and so on. And we did a similar treatment to what we're doing now. And that trail is in very good shape right now. There's very few cracks. We will treat it with the seal coat again to help extend that life, but we think we have some good experience, and that tells us that we may have better success this time around with asphalt. And then, of course, Dave mentioned the overarching issue is just the cost of replacing all those trails with concrete would have been prohibitive. We did not feel like we had the luxury of time to do it over time and collect money, because most of the trails are in a condition that they need to be treated now. Like, we need to make them usable for the community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I see between Lone Tree from the school back to J.W. Powell, as well as Lake Mary Road, cyclists especially use the streets, which don't have a side buffer because of the zipper effect on the concrete. So this sounds like this may be a better alternative if you are able to treat it and stuff. So that's why I was curious. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's a good question. I think I'll just leave it at that. Councilmember, you had a question?
Yeah. I was curious if you had any input from ridership on the difference between the asphalt and the pavement. As a rider myself, I've noticed that there are certain places where the pavement is easier to to ride on because it's more like a road in that area. But when you're actually in the foots and you reach those asphalted areas, when dirt and stuff gathers on them, it kind of interacts more like the surface. It kind of, I guess, is more congruent with the dirt and the other objects that come over, the clutter that comes over it. It's more natural with the asphalt than it is with the concrete. And I was wondering if you had any input from ridership.
Council member, generally not cyclists. We don't hear too much about the difference between concrete and asphalt. Walkers and runners, for sure, like there's a difference in hardness between concrete and asphalt. And I think most runners or hikers would prefer the asphalt.
Rider, I like the asphalt in places where it's more of the natural environment.
Yeah, one thing, the asphalt doesn't have seams that the same kind of joints that concrete does. Like we make an effort to make those seams smooth so you don't feel it. You don't get that bump, 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 bump effect with concrete, but asphalt has none of that whatsoever until they crack, of course.
Can you imitate what it's like to go over a concrete path again? Handlebars.
How fast do you want to go?
Okay, well, I think we talked about the schedule and the budget is 3.7, and yeah, we as soon as school is out, we're hoping to be able to have our game plan together and our and we're going to work on the North Fort Valley profile section and the, I think, Ponderosa trails, but we'll have that vetted out. But those are priority areas. So anyway, it's an exciting project and really looking forward to getting it done for the community. So any questions? Other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, good deal.
And Martin Ince.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Martin Ince. I'm a transportation planner for the city. And I apologize. I do not have a joke for you all. However, why is it a bad idea for accountants to ride bicycles? They tend to lose their balance.
Yeah.
The accountants. Okay, what's the hardest thing about learning to ride a bike? Road.
Road.
Oh.
Would have also accepted a paved foot trail. While you're
asphalt or concrete?
Oh boy.
While you are thinking through that, before we jump into the slides, I'm going to offer a couple of general comments. The last couple of years, we've done a lot of work on kind of the planning end of bike ped. Like think all the way back to the transportation tax in 2018, which was a while ago, and then work up through the active transportation master plan, the regional plan, all the capital planning that we've done. A lot of effort on the planning end. And our focus now is kind of getting into delivery. So stop talking about some of these projects and begin to make them happen. And I know a lot of you are aware we added 2 new planners to our transportation staff, Chris Fair and Carlton Johnson. They've been wonderful, and it's really increased our capacity to be able to do some of these things. One thing that we can do in support of capital projects at kind of the planning end is we can do some of the preliminary concept work. Even hiring an engineer to do some of the initial design, get some of the rough spots or the kinks worked out, and then hand it over to capital as a fully formed capital project. And then they're much more efficient in how they go about their business and delivering some of these projects. So our goal for this year was to stand before you and not tell you about the projects that we're thinking about, but tell you about the projects that we're working on. So with that, let me tell you about the projects that we're working on. And you've actually heard a bunch from the ones that have been handed over to capital and where they're going. So first is a project that's actually under construction. This is bike lanes and sidewalks along the slip ramp at Linda Vista. It goes all the way from Paradise to Cedar. This was a nice project of opportunity for us in that we only had to give some design and construction money to another project the drainage project there. And they added the sidewalks and bike lanes for us, and you can see the before and after your image. I think Carlton will want me to point out, he prepared these images, that in the before image, there's an old crummy Taurus driving along. In the new image, it's a cool hot Jeep. That's subliminal, so I guess I shouldn't have told you about it. Mountain View access. A little bit ago, Christine told you about the Lone Tree Overpass and Corridor project. So part of that project is a foots trail on the west side that goes all the way from Route 66 and the foots trail there down to where the project ends near Sawmill. So it's kind of an extension of that project. We're looking at concept plans for trail connections, both north and south and to the side. To the south, we can extend the foots over onto campus via Hoskins Avenue and Mountain View. It actually goes through a corner of the cemetery to make that connection to campus. We can also go straight south and connect to the that orange line, which is the Sinclair Walk Trail, right off of Lone Tree there. To the north, Alec just told you about the Schweitzer Canyon foots. If we can get up that escarpment across Route 66, we could connect the trail up there as well. And when you look at that kind of in the medium, larger picture, what it means is that somebody coming down Route 66 trail, for example, could get onto the Lone Tree, go to the south end, and then take a quick ride and you're on campus. It seems like a really nice connection. Similarly, if you're going north, if we can get across 66, it's a fairly significant hill. Once the Schweitzer Canyon Trail is in place, you can go all the way to Buffalo Park on Foots Trail. So kind of in the big picture, it makes for really nice connectivity. A couple of smaller projects. The Sinclair Ridge Trail is in the southwest corner of town. That big building off to the left of the image is De Miguel School. The green is University Highlands Park. A couple of years ago, the development that's in the lower right-hand corner of the image is called, I believe, University Highlands 2. And they built a foots trail up to their northwest corner, which ends at the corner, but is tantalizingly close to De Miguel. I think you can literally see it from there. So we've had this on the books for a few years ago, but we're finally at a point where we can kind of begin working on it in earnest. And we've reached out to the school district. We're setting up a meeting on site to kind of go over we'll need an easement from them. We need to talk to them about how to get access to the school and that sort of thing, work out some of those issues, and then turn that into a genuine capital project.
Does the orange is, I guess it would be north of where the neighborhood is, so the blue goes up to the park. Does that orange trail already exist north?
This one?
Yeah.
It does not. We'll talk to the school district about it, see, how we might go about that. But that connects over to that former piece of state land to the west. So when that begins to develop, this is going to be a pretty crucial foots connection back over to the east to that neighborhood. Because you think about University Heights, it's a pretty solid wall of houses for like a mile from north to south, and there's no way to get across. And so this is going to be one of our few places where you can make a head bike connection in that area. Otherwise, all that new development where the state land would have to go all the way west to Woody Mountain or all the way south to Lake Beulah and up. So this will give them a bit of a shortcut. Again, all that is on De Miguel's campus, so we need to talk to them how that happens. And there's also, when you get to the west end, there's some pretty good hills as well that we need to manage. Mayor, did I answer the question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Moving on to Sawmill, this is a similar theme in that we're connecting a trail that was started as part of private development. In this case, the building that's kind of at the center top of the image is Elara, I believe it's called. It's student housing. It's a few years old. They built this foots trail along the side of the development, and that starts partway down a pretty significant hill. So our project, shown in blue, would connect that down to the Sinclair Wash Trail. In this case, everything south of that line is on city property, but there's a couple of parcels to the north where we needed. Doing a concept plan helps us define what that easement is and lets us go to the property owners with information about that trail.
Are those like where Canyon Pet Hospital? Okay.
Yeah, the two parcels are Canyon Pet Hospital and Late for the Train. Another project that we've had on the books for a couple of years, this one we call single track forest access. It's simply a series of trail connections between the foots within the city and surrounding recreation areas or recreational trails. We have not made progress on this to date. We are planning to work with pros. They're going to have to be our partner in the delivery of some of these projects. We have been working on acquisition of easements where needed to allow these trails to happen when we're ready to build them. Crossing project, this is along Humphreys Street. It's a little bit difficult to see, but to the left of the image is Flag High, where the green flat asterisk, what's the technical term, star, is Humphrey Street. And we want a way for students to be able to get across Humphrey Street safely. We think it would either be some sort of a beacon, either the flashing yellow or the flashing red ones. It's kind of, Humphreys is an ADOT road, so it will be up to them. ADOT, of course, being an ADOT road, we need to work with ADOT as part of it. They actually have a very specific process to go through and very detailed information that we have to collect in order to do it. And if we meet their warrants, it can move forward. So we're in the process of collecting those warrants. And the warrants are things like how many people are crossing there now? How many gaps do you have if you're standing there waiting to cross? Is it like a constant stream of cars, or are there places in between where you can cross? And those are the things that they look at in more mathematical terms to determine if it's a good place for a crossing or not. It's worth mentioning that this is kind of an emergent project. Lots of kids at Flag High and other schools around town use Mountain Line now to get to school and back home again. And when they started using Mountain Line, the two stops closest to Flag High along Route 2, for example, are along Beaver and San Francisco. So they get off or get on the bus there and then end up having to cross Humphreys. Whereas before, if they're taking the bus or taking the other way to get to school, they didn't have to cross Humphreys. So we all of a sudden have a need for a crossing on Humphreys that is more urgent than it has been in the past. We've heard from the school district, from a number of parents, from Mountain Line. I mean, there's kind of a general consensus that this is a project that's coming. ADOT, we've worked with ADOT in addition to their getting their numbers and going through their process. We let them know they're aware of the situation as well. So I think, yeah, the budget says we have some money for design this year, and then with construction over the next couple of years. And last ped bike slide, I'm going to turn over to Alec. Thank you.
Hey, Martin. Excited to be working with Martin on a bunch of transportation projects. This one's actually a pretty unique project, very fun to work on, pretty challenging. So this is a partnership with Mountain Lion, and we currently have KCS working under us as a CMAR. Mountain Lion's actually administering the construction on the project, but the city has a big hand in that. So we're really working close with Mountain Lion on this one. The project consists of essentially sidewalks, bikeways, and crossings within our existing city. So we call it retrofitting essentially. We're doing sidewalk infills, trying to fit bike lanes into existing roadways without the need to expand these roadways. And then we're looking at a lot of crossings and seeing how many it's feasible to build with this budget. So part of this project and why we're partnered with Mountain Lion on it is we got this grant funding. It's $5.5 million to help deliver these. And then we have a city match of 1.4. So we're looking at a total budget of about 6.9. This is including, and that 6.9 is going to include like permit costs and stuff like that. The construction money will be a bit less than that. It's going through Mountain Line. We were looking at multiple GMPs for this project just to fast track construction. So the first GMP we're going to start looking at is to actually start constructing sidewalks on Huntington and Industrial and Fanning around the shelter area near the food bank. And there's a lot of people out there. So that's the first project we're going to pursue as part of this. And then the rest of it's currently being designed. We're working with Ardura on that. So we're working through bikeway designs and crossings, and we're going to try to see how much we can deliver. We have a lot of stuff outlined up here where it's being designed. Our bikeways are in the blue, our sidewalks are in the purple. This is the Huntington one we were talking about. We have a few other areas for sidewalks. Depending on budget, we're hoping to go after a couple of other sidewalk areas. Depends how the questions.
Are there some flood mitigation? Is there some flood mitigation work that needs to go on down there or has gone on? I seem to remember the food center warehouse flooding before.
So there was some stuff on their site. I'm not fully aware of that situation, but when we talked with the food bank recently, they've done private improvements to address that. A lot, it sounds like, and again, I'm not familiar with the situation out there. It sounds like a lot of those drainage concerns do come from the private property side. Thank you. No more questions?
Yeah, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to do another video. It's my alert to Stacy. Sorry. I don't know if anyone else finds those projects really exciting. I get really excited about the foots.
Sidewalk.
It's your number 4.
Yes.
Every project, you're gonna have every project on your list by the end. Stacy's doing great, by the way. Literally switching computers.
She always does.
Welcome to Safer Journeys Together. Here we have 3 cyclists turning left each using a different method. Cyclist 3 makes a turn as a vehicle would. Cyclist 2 rides to the bike box and waits for the light to turn green, while cyclist 1 waits at the corner. Even with the walk signal, it's smart to check the car turning right sees you. And now each of the cyclists will complete their left turns. Once the crosswalk is clear, our very safe and considerate driver can make his right turn. Bravo, everyone. That is how it's done.
And who walks their bicycle?
It is one of your 3 ways to make a left turn if you're not if you're not the most confident cyclist. Yeah, they are pretty silly. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Up next, we have Beautification Arts and Science and Jana Weldon.
Yeah, this is the fun stuff. Although you will notice that there'll be plenty of ties to some of the projects that you've already heard about because, you know, this is the capital projects and we're out there enhancing and beautifying and adding, you know, little extra bells and whistles to many of the capital projects that go on. So I am going to start out with, even though there is this old British saying, he who would pun would pick a pocket. What kind of shoes do artists wear? Skechers. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got this right. Okay. So one of the things I have to start with is what is you're not going to see today. You're not going to see any pretty pictures of some of our most highly visible programs, and that's because they're not capital projects. But that includes the Flowers program that, you know, graces downtown, South Side, and the Gateway to Sunnyside. You know, includes all those art wraps on all those utility cabinets. It includes all those inventive projects by our community members that get funded by beautification action grants, often murals, community gardens, pollinator gardens, benches, a lot of different things. And we've completed 9 of those so far this year, but again, they're not capital projects, but they're, you know, very highly visible. The other thing that you won't hear about that are kind of major is refurbishment projects, because we have a collections manager now on staff. We started last June. And so we're refurbishing the sculpture at the airport, and it's going to get a new color. We're doing the Route 66 Preservation Plaza. We're going to give it a shine up for the centennial next year. And that STEM center, that exciting STEM center, we're going to have to redo the mosaic on the existing building and add it back in. So you won't see those, but because they're paid for with refurbishment money and operating, and they're not technically capital costs. So, but I do also want, before we get started on the new project, just talk about 3 major accomplishments that we did this year. So obviously we had the multicultural County Park Sculpture Exhibition launch, opened last May. And for those of you who missed it, I'm very sorry. This first exhibition is now over and de-installation has been going on and will complete this weekend. But you'll see, and you know, that's coming back. Again, the Downtown Connection Center that we started together. Wow, I'm gonna be nervous. I'm gonna be counting fingers and toes on the Southside Grove sculpture to make sure every little piece is there. But that's probably gonna be installed around April 14th. The glass art will probably be installed around the week of April 28th. And then the fancy lighting will be programmed more closer to the end of May. So, but it should be all complete. And then of course, the wonderful Aspen niche that, you know, it puts a little spark in our walk down Aspen Avenue. And with lots of bike parking. I mean, it's been very successful. We're excited about that. But on to FY26. Our first project up is the Spruce Wash Wedge. We are staying out of the way of the main construction project. We are adding landscaping onto all the sloping sides. You know, this came from the Beautification and Public Art Commission. It was very sensitive to that. The main project was removing a lot of trees. And so we thought on those slopes, we could do some enhanced landscaping that would be very inviting to look at. And then there is going to be a big power utility cabinet when the project's all done. We'll hire an artist to wrap it. And then but the crown jewel is going to be right here at the top of this promontory. We're going to reconfigure the promontory a little bit, going to push it back so that all the students who walk here have a little bit more room to gather there on that corner. We're going to, you know, change the type of retaining wall. We're going to remove this invasive Russian elm, and then we're going to put a sculpture on that corner. And that call to artists is closed on Tuesday. So we'll be selecting that artist soon. We already have an on-call landscape architect on board as well, and they're working on the landscaping portion already. So we're very excited about this one. I've been hearing about new roundabouts they're building. Well, we're going to go, you know, while they're building new ones, start putting art in the center of the existing ones. And the first one up is Schweitzer Canyon Roundabout. It will require some enhanced hardscape and mounting, because sculpture and hardscape can actually enhance the safety of a roundabout by not letting people see through. And as long as they do 2 things, not really detailed oriented sculpture so that people, you know, want to walk to the center to look at the details, and also that, you know, can be taken in again, you know, from afar, has a shape that's strong enough in itself so that a driver approaching can just take it in as they're approaching. And again, it doesn't cause them to look at details. I have worked on two projects, finished two projects in Scottsdale, so roundabouts aren't new to me. And so I know these safety guidelines very well, but we'll be, have everything vetted for safety. But anyway, we are getting a proposal for a landscape architect. And I think the call to artists on this one will be out on the streets within 3 weeks. So making progress. So here it's kind of two projects combined into one so that we can have economies of scale for the bid. We'll most likely get a better price by putting them together. Again, really looking at the, Route 66 Centennial coming up, and we want to finish a couple of landscaping projects first. We're going to basically take the success that we had at the already completed Banning and Route 66 intersection and duplicate that at Ponderosa and Verde. But then also what we wrapped in is this removal of this rather ugly Jersey barrier on Huntington near Industrial across from Gore. It was meant to be temporary, but it ended up kind of holding up the walls, so they have not dared to remove, I mean, not the wall, but the soil, the ridge there, so they've not dared remove it, and we're gonna replace it with gabion. Okay, so that is actually, we had our kickoff meeting last week. And so we will be looking for an on-call engineering and landscape architect firm to do that work for us.
Jana, can I clarify, is that a Paul Mood photo right there in the photo? Take that photo.
Paul Mood? Yeah, I will just say that maybe this Huntington gabion wall idea came from a certain engineer. Yay. But we were happy to wrap it in. It doesn't, we're fortunate with our funding not to have as many budget restrictions, but we do have staff time restrictions, and we're always budgeting by staff time. So, but that this could be rolled in. And we have a capital projects manager on board on all these last three projects. So we're getting staff time and assistance there, and they've been great. Dave Nixon, Ivy Cross, and everyone at Capital Projects. We work really well with them, and they have given us a capital projects on Schweitzer Canyon roundabout on this Huntington and landscaping, as well as the Spruce Tops Wedge. All right, and then another thing is an East Side streetscape study. 2017, there was a streetscape made for 4th Street that ran into a little lack of agreement and enthusiasm by the private property owners and couldn't be done. We hear all the time that the streetscapes in Sunnyside need to be improved. So what we want to do approach at this time is to do a feasibility study of what kind of improvements could be done. Bump outs that could then accommodate more things like trash cans, things, even some new posts that would hold that would be strong enough to hold the hanging baskets, and then just to kind of identify us or maybe the streets that would most likely get cooperation. We will still look at 4th Street again, see if the ownership attitudes have changed, but we also will be looking at 7th Avenue. We will be looking right at that Rocket Cedar 4th Street intersection, kind of around the new roundabout, whether we can just do some hanging baskets in that area. So we're just gonna do a study this year in cooperation with streets. I haven't launched that one yet. It hasn't started. We'll start that one in the summer. Yes, you've heard about the Lone Tree Overpass. You heard from Christine Cameron that the overpass is kind of in the last part of the construction, not in the first part. But design is already complete, and the artists are to be hired for construction oversight by the construction firm that Christine capital project hired to do this. And we have all sorts of, I went into more detail about what all the art features were in previous years. But we, you know, we have the concrete designs, we have like these needles are actually kind of metal sculptures. We have the Y-shaped piers. That was a contribution by the artist. The railings that are on the bridge and the other side are also enhanced railing design. Just a lot of features. I'm not covering them all today because I've gone over them before, but we're really excited that this project is underway. We will look at, once they finish Street Lockett Roundabout and all the construction's finished and ADOT hands that project, does the final sign off on that project, we'll start for art in the center of that roundabout. We will basically follow the same thing that we did for Schweitzer Canyon. So, and we'll have one kind of project underway and under our experience, so it'll probably help this project a lot. Water tank mural at Buffalo Park, a 360-degree top to bottom mural. We are waiting for Water Services to finish their maintenance painting on this, and that should be complete, we think, this summer. Maybe it'll go into the fall. And as soon as they're done, or they're nearing getting done, we'll start the procurement for a muralist. It is about 10,000 square feet. That's why it's $345,000. That's a good estimate at $35 a square foot in our district. We're very excited about this one. And then that's a good one, you know, 6. And from 27 to 30, my beautification and public art commission that I listen to attentively has millions of ideas, and they've prioritized these projects for the upcoming 5-year plan. There's a lot to say. One of the things that, you know, the alley activation, we're looking to do a pilot project in the alley between Aspen Avenue and Sosaba Noodles. And we're thinking about, instead of like going in with some kind of, you know, canopy structure, is to first underground those overhead wires. Now, it's just in the idea phase, okay? And we've had an initial discussion with APS just to see if they would be interested, because those are their lines. They are interested. They're interested. So we know that there'll be a lot that goes into this project, many discussions with many departments, including streets and public works. I haven't initiated those yet because we don't even have really kind of a ballpark estimate of the cost to do this, and APS is on board to providing us with their costs project. And when we get that, we'll start taking the next step. It'll be a very gradual thing until it hopefully gathers enough synergy to, you know, take off. But if you have any, you know, I'm not going to go into every single one of these projects because they're not imminent. But does anybody have any questions about these, a particular one that I've listed up here they want to know more about?
Dana, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to Forest Street Bridge Phase 2.
Okay, so, you know, the first, basically, there was prioritization and structural engineering put into the pedestrian cage along the sides, on the top of the bridge. And there was enhanced structure put into those so that they could support artwork. And so that would be the phase 2. It has lowered in priority compared to other projects with the Beautification and Public Art Commission over the years, but it is still actually, I think, about 2 years out in our planning. They don't kick it off. So we, a lot of that, I don't know if anybody's been down to Tucson, and as you know, if you go as you drive past all those underpasses, almost every single one has a design on the cage. And, you know, we're looking to do this, to do the same here. Yes.
I do have one more if you're done. I do have one more question after that if you're done.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, and then the one that also piqued my interest was the low income housing beautification. Can you explain what that looks like?
Yeah, this one is in a little bit of a question mark right now. It is for a community garden out at the low income housing at Timber Sky that's being done by Habitat for Humanity. Are going through legal to make sure, because that land does go into the public land trust once the project is complete. Therefore, will be city owned at that time. But we're investigating whether or not there's any HOA restrictions that would keep it from being publicly accessible to everybody. Because that has to be a criteria, has to be a community garden, just like Benito Park. It has to be open to everybody and they have to be willing to accommodate that. So if legal says that the HOA restrictions won't now. Christina Rubakova is all over it. So we've started the conversation because Timber Sky Habitat for Humanity reached out to us and like, can we do that, community garden? And it's also led to a different discussion of a citywide policy, perhaps about enhanced landscaping projects at low income housing projects, not specific to this one. That discussion was started. We'll see where that goes. Any other?
No, thank you very much. As a longstanding member of BPAC, please let the commission know that I'm very proud of the work that they're doing going forward.
Oh, Council, that's it. Thank you. Great. So one thing about beautification, I don't know if anybody's ever read its definition, but it's modification to the urban environment that exalts the mind. So you will see that all those projects are kind of tied to huge urban infrastructure. So when we get into arts and sciences, it's not that our parks and its trails aren't also, urban environment, but these, we don't want to stretch that definition already as far as exalting the mind can go. But so we do anything that's kind of in parks, not part of like the hardscape urban fabric. We fund those public art projects out of arts and sciences. And we just love the park. It's finished and we want to grace it with a sculpture. And this project's been in process for a while because it's had a lot of community input, that's been needed first in just selecting the artist. And that is something that we do. We always put community members on our selection panels. We have a lot of extra community input that we put into public art projects and it serves the projects well. But this is a preliminary design that's already been approved for the sculpture, and it's a leaf, but it does have a community input component. If you there are words and letters within, and so we have been doing a lot of outreach to the South Side community, especially those who were long time residents, to tell us what they don't want to forget, what they don't want anybody to forget about the South Side. Obviously, the artist will curate their input and she will, some of them will have sentences, some of them might just have a word. And that will be kind of the veins of the leaf sculpture. So the preliminary design is complete. We just closed the community input. We got a lot of great things. We sent them off to the artist this week. And then we will bring that back to the Beautification and Public Art Commission so they can see the words that the artist put in. And we'll go to fabrication and install by the fall. I'm sorry we couldn't have it in for June 19th. So you saw that we finished our first exhibition at the Multicultural Park, but we're keep on going. Mission is underway, and I know we did a presentation at council already about this, but you can see the fabrication process is well underway. This is the celestial juggler, installing in May, and then I think the opening, the ribbon cutting is May 19th. So, and it will be up through, next March. So each exhibition is up for 10 months. We need those 2 months to transition. And the park, so that was so promising. We want to do another one with a little bit different focus, not multicultural, but focused on nature, recreation, parks and recreation, environment theme, a little bit more, maybe more ephemeral in its nature and a shorter duration time because of that. So kind of a Memorial Day to July kind of exhibition, and maybe even have just artists who do events on some farms that are already existing out there on holiday weekends. So it's gonna take a slightly different nature. And the out years, we're gonna continue both of those exhibitions. And then we're gonna put more sculptures on trails and out years, and then we're gonna start an indoor art collection. And we may start it with a plein air contest. And then maybe city council can judge, and whatever the top grand prize winner will purchase for the indoor art collection. We're thinking of all these parameters. But that's it. Any questions?
Oh, this is awesome.
Thank you. I'm hard enough.
We get started. I have a park joke. And I'll laugh, so I can't even look at you while I do this. Are we ready? What do you call a park with no slides? Round without a twist. Come on, people. Amy. I don't know it. Okay. Water slide. What if you envision just a straight slide, which I did? So how would I ever get that joke? Half the mayor. Okay. Good effort. Thank you. Okay, let's jump into some pros, BBB recreation, where all those amazing projects Gianna was just displaying to us is another part of the BBB fund. So that a different bag of money. Our first one is the sport courts at Bushmaster Park. That is now a $1.9 million. That's the funding balance that we have. We are currently in an open competitive procurement right now. So it's an invitation for bids out on the proverbial streets for our general contractors to bid on. I believe bids are due, I want to say it's April 11th, somewhere in there. So current ongoing project, that's not what's in this image here. But we've done we have two separate designs. So when I do come to city council, hopefully with a successful bid for an approval of contract, there are two designs out there that the contractor world is currently bidding upon, two distinct designs for this location. We'll see what happens. Big capital project, huge capital project. Any questions on that one? Just looking forward to that.
Looking forward to that day, right? So am I.
Another BPD recreation funded project is the Heritage Square restroom for 250,000. This one's gone through a bunch of motions. I know many of our council members are aware. There was one point in time we talked about a Portland Loo. We talked about moving it to somewhere else. We're back to how do we revamp and remodel this restroom at its current location? And so we've engaged the amazing capital team. They've been gracious enough to take this project on with us. So it's kind of at a refresh point, but we're moving pretty quickly with this. Geneva and Capital and I are working on this. We've talked with the original architect. We're trying to make sure how much space do we really have? How could we revamp there's 2 separate units in that restroom. How can we revamp it so that it's open, not secluded rooms that you go into, and make it friendlier, I think, for anyone to use. So we're really excited about what we might be able to create with this. And we're talking with partners at the DBA and of course with the Hopi Trust, who owns the building itself, that these bathrooms are within. Any questions on that project? Usually have like a fun bathroom joke. We'll go to, I'm gonna look one up. I want to look one up for me. We'll go to next to the West Side Park, which now has a name. So when we created these slides, we didn't have a name. It's called Highland Mesa Park. That will, Councilmember Garcia and I were laughing. Is this really our first new park to deliver, or was Cleo Murdoch Neighborhood Park? That is what this image is here. So that's a $1.5 million capital adventure. Staff have done significant community outreach over about a 6-month period. We wanted to find out what did the neighborhood want in this park. We're at a concept design, which is what this is here displayed on the screen. And we're currently in the design review process, the IDS process with the city of Flagstaff. The community, we heard loud and clear from the community. They want as natural as possible because that's how they see this parcel today. This is that parcel of Highland Mesa, just kind of flying up the hill from that Staples Commercial Center off Woodlands Village Boulevard. So it impacts the Boulder Point neighborhood and the University Heights neighborhood, because the existing urban trail goes underneath I-40 there. So we did reach out to both those communities to find out, come help us build this park. It has some features that we don't have today in our system at all. It has kind of a smaller, like, bike track, pump track, if you will, or bike path. Smaller, not as wide as a 10-foot foots trail. An aggregate, keep it natural as possible, but has some whoop-de-woos you can kind of do in here. That's that thinner brown line on this concept drawing. The community was super excited about that. They also wanted the thicker brown drawing as kind of a loop. This community loves Buffalo Park. We know that. They love that loop and they love the exercise stations around that loop. So this neighborhood wanted exactly that, just in a smaller scale. And I think it would have approximately 4 exercise stations around it, benches, seating areas, but a great way for the community to just get your steps in, right? So yeah, pretty neat, neat project. Again, just at conceptual stage. We'll keep moving that one through the process. Yes, question. What is the green in the loop?
Within the loop, so that is a proposed artificial turf space.
Oh.
There is no reclaimed water to this location of town. So in lieu of using potable water for that turf space for recreational leisure to like catch with your kid, kick the ball, whatever. So it is artificial, currently proposed.
And will there be an entrance from that big hill between West Side
and the vet clinic? Still not another good question, Mayor Daggett. So that would currently be, and those online can't see, but that is over here on the image in the upper right. That's where that would be, and it's currently not City of Flagstaff property, nor is it accessible. It goes straight up. So we would not propose that to be the entrance.
The entrance to the park would be this letter A on the screen, off Highland Mesa Road, but just a maintenance entrance. No parking lot. This is a neighborhood classification or level of a park, similar to like James Cullen Park or Mobile Haven, for similar sized examples. But yeah, great questions. Half court, is that? That's a half, yeah, a half court, multi-purpose court. I mean, you could have a basketball hoop there, hopscotch, maybe foursquare. We could paint a bunch of different things on it. Wait, what'd you say?
Either.
I'm sure it could be used for multiple sports. Cool. Any other questions?
This is awesome.
We're really excited about this one. So once we get through design review process, have construction drawings, the project will go out to bid, and I'll be at city council to ask for an approval to construct. Okay, some additional projects we have. We have HVAC at Hal Jensen Rec Center. We do not have air-conditioned space inside the gymnasium or even the mezzanine second floor at that recreation center or the fitness area or the racquetball courts. That's a $150,000 project. We're currently talking with design consultants to have that in design. Would love to design air-conditioned space in the entire rec center and then implement it at the very least inside the gymnasium. So that is that project, which would be really important for our community. I think a word got cut off. So we have some reconstruction apparently.
Gonna move that to the out years.
It was. That is Ponderosa Park. So I'm gonna skip that bullet point because that was supposed to be gone. And if it's not in another slide, we're gonna come back to it because we're still gonna talk about it. This morning we talked about Thorpe Park Annex, and that was that original $100,000. This is an additional $200,000 just from a different funding source, since the original was from general fund. That is for, has been identified. We haven't touched a dollar of it yet, but that is to start to help. We've recently gone through a procurement process, statement of qualifications to find an Indigenous partner to work with us and be a partner at the table for the future Indigenous Community Cultural Center. So I've been holding that $200,000 till we have that partner at the table with us. And what do we want to do first with this money? We'd really like some input on that. There's another piece of it too with our recent award of the Mayor's Institute on City Design for this particular opportunity and property. So that also may guide us on how to expend that $200,000. I know that's a lot and a lot of pieces. So happy to answer any questions on that one. I don't have a question about this, so I'll wait to see if anyone else does. I have a question about where the Boys and Girls Club fits in to our scope in terms of upkeep on the gym or the facility. Like who is over that? Like, is it Public Works? Is it where that facility is? So that is the Cogdale Center, which is a city-owned facility, and the Boys and Girls Club leases that from us. So any upkeep would be with facility maintenance in our Public Works Department, but also whatever is in the lease structure on that too. Okay. So I think it'd be good to engage real estate on that question also. Yeah. Any other questions? And if Ponderosa Park's not in a future slide, we'll figure this thing out. Okay, coming up, hitting us soon in 3 short months is our next fiscal year. One of our largest projects, $1.5 million. We did do an increase in funds. This used to be 1 million, and that's based on those BBB tax revenues that have been coming in, is the Cheshire Park track and field. For those that don't know, so original Cheshire Park is along Fremont Boulevard. You can see the basketball and tennis court in the parking lot there. The expansion is up here. It's along 180. Some townhomes, Fala School, and Northern Arizona Museum. So that is where this running track and multi-purpose field is identified to go. We've been able to do some preliminary work. We have a topographic survey performed and a soils report or a geotechnical report. And we have a consultant working with us for gratis right now to help design a concept plan for there. Really exciting stuff. Would be really neat. We do not have a public running track in this community at all. We clearly have a running community. Excellent thing to see in our future. Any questions on that project?
What's
Yes.
the relationship with the two sketches? Is the track somewhere on that right picture?
So this, a great question, Councilmember Spence. So this green area is the expansion of Cheshire Park. It's a little over 8 acres in size. And then that's just an example of a running track with a field in the center. But where will it go? I think is more important, right? I think ideally where we see no trees in this image, that's ideally where this running track and field will go.
So would it take up the largest portion of that upper treeless area?
That upper treeless area is probably about 5 acres, maybe 4 acres in size. So we will not soak all that up. And the Karen Cooper Foots Trail goes through this part, and ideally we would not like to not relocate that. And can we fit this item, this amenity in there? And we can pretty easily. Great question though. And then also we get to have some tree resource protection there too with the existing trees. There will be a lot of communication on this with ADOT, with the Highway 180 frontage, with the museum. It's hard to tell, but the museum's parking lot is, edge of the parking lot is right here. It might be a great intersection right there to create my traffic engineering friends in the room.
Roundabout.
To get. About art, what else? 1.5 million. So there's a lot of design that will still go into this, needed design to make this happen. But yeah, very exciting project. Any other questions?
The super sketchy bike jumps that are currently there.
I knew that was you and your dad that did that, Mr. McIntyre. Super sketchy bike jumps will have to go away. Maybe they can go somewhere else. Another excellent question.
Highland Park.
At Highland Mesa Park. Another project which I was having a great time talking about with Dave Nixon in the room. This is Continental Regional Park. In some future fiscal years, $3 million for design of this. In the blue, that's our current Continental Park Little League, where there's 5 fields. There's some private property there in red. We've identified on the screen for our group a little sliver of green. So the rest of the green in this image is 84 plus acres of the rest of this regional park. The very first thing we want to design and then find funds to develop is a girls softball complex. We don't have one in our community. We have separate fields throughout all 4 corners of the community. Ideally, that would go in that first square. I want to say a box because there's more boxes. So that first green square just north of the private property. Yes. Would there be room for an indoor facility like for say roller derby and the like? There's plenty of room, I think, at this when we're talking about 84 plus acres. An indoor facility, we know, significant dollars. I don't think any prior conceptual plans showed any indoor facilities at this location. Beck is whispering in my ear. Wait, what?
And maybe a dog park?
Maybe a bark park?
This is floodplain, so I don't
It
know
is.
if we can do any structures. But this,
But,
yeah,
yeah.
you
but
finish and then I'll go.
Ed Shank has a future property. It's the Big Lake improvement. 'Cause this whole area is Big Lake. Where with some of the work that will occur, including with the underground, with the storm drain underneath I-40 there at the north of this, it makes some of these parcels more developable than what they are today. Right now, today, it'd be really hard to put a structure on a lot of this, but that improvement will increase those chances. So maybe, I never would want to say no, but I know that would probably be upwards of $50 million for a big building, yeah. We also need an event space too. Yeah, maybe they can be both, who knows?
That's actually a great segue, if you can just leave it on this slide.
You have a joke?
Oh. Can I finish my thought here? Because I have to. My joke is very timely, but it also freaks me out. So we'll just have. Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca Sayers. We also have, yeah, that I know. Oh.
You got a good laugh.
Just for you, Rebecca.
So I do want to say we've also worked with open space. There's a lot of opportunity for open space in this northern area. There's some really important foots connections, especially if we're able to, I see David nodding his head in the back, especially if we can get those under crossings that can take us up towards Picture Canyon to like across I-40 and across the railroad tracks, like lots of opportunities on this space. He's getting up to whisper in my ear. I'm gonna.
Oh, keep going. I have to go back to Ponderosa Park. It's not in here.
So, yeah, just wanted to, the council, those of you that have been here a while might remember, we were working in 2019, early 2020 about a joint possible ballot measure that was parks and open space. This was going to be that project. So a lot of work had kind of gone into that thought process with both of our commissions working together with the Citizens Committee. 2020, everything kind of pulled back, right? So just want us to remember that there has been some thought on this area. Amy, come back to Ponderosa.
Yeah, go back to Ponderosa. Sorry, we had adjusted some slides. But as usual, we goof things up. So there's a bullet point called reconstruction. That is Ponderosa Park. Ponderosa Park is in our Sunnyside neighborhood, just north of Killip Elementary, a little bit of ground zero from the flooding events as a result of the museum fire. So, and we heard about the suite of projects from Trevor this morning. So pretty soon here, I believe construction will begin on this final connection of Arroyo Seco to the Killip Inlet. And then we can start talking to the community about, now we get to reconstruct the park. We have been visiting with the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association at least once a quarter to keep engaged. And this will be a very exciting project to finally see come back. It's been a long time. And I know Councilmember Garcia has a question.
Oh, no.
Oh, I know you do.
I really do.
Okay, fine.
I do, but it's a side question. It's not about the park.
Okay, got you. There are some pieces of that park that exist today and are still usable for our community today, but there's a lot that's not. So we're excited to see how do we revamp that park to work within these stormwater improvements, but also give the park what they need in that multi-generational neighborhood. So that's that one.
I guess my question is about just the space right here at Hal Jensen. Would that be a space that like the roller derby people can use if could they rent it out or something for practice and for games?
Maybe I would need to look at the needed dimensions for roller derby versus what this gymnasium is. And then there's a striping consideration too. Yeah, maybe.
It's
It does change, yes, what the floor maintenance is on that. Cause we also have gymnasium at the Aquaplex too. And then FUSD and yeah. Yeah. We can talk more about roller derby if we want to. Can we do this?
Can I just say my joke now and get it over with?
Yeah. Is it about roller derby?
I have to read it. So those of you that know me, you know how much I like spiders. And this is about a little bit about spiders, but the more fun part about it is it's opening day today, right? Baseball? You guys excited? Nobody?
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Jack. Okay. This might not be so much fun. Let's make it about softball. Who's excited about girls softball? Yeah. So, when is a girls softball player like a spider? And she catches a fly. All right, moving on. Let's talk about roller derby a little bit. We have been working with the roller derby group. I love that they keep this on our radars. We've worked with them kind of off and on as they get a new president or new kind of leadership in their organization. They have come to the Parks and Rec Commission a couple of times, but they haven't presented or spoken to us. So we're trying to, we'll reach out to them and we'll try to get that going. In terms of indoor space, that seems to be kind of their ask right now. We have worked with them in the past and they currently have outdoor space. So Bushmaster Park, east side of the park, they were very involved at the time in 2014, 15 in the design and development of that park. And we put in an outdoor roller rink really at their request. And then in 2019, we were able to work with them on the striping and the surfacing that's on that court right now. Understandably though, with cold winters, long nights, short days, it would be helpful for them to have an indoor space. I know they've just been bumped around too. So they've used some gymnasiums like at FUSD. They've also used like empty warehouse space, but then as that property owner gets in a lease, then they just get bumped. So, and they don't have a lot of funding to pay rental fees and things like that. So those are all the concerns that are on the table. We are absolutely happy to talk with them. I do just want to let you know, Parks and Rec has a lot of needs. And we have a full unfunded list. We have priorities that have been established by our commission. And what you see here is just the first 5 years of our BBB recreation plan that we only got this funding source back to us for capital projects 4 years ago, I think. It took us a year to plan it. We worked with our commission on the top priorities. That's a result of what you're seeing with these projects. They're in that first 5-year plan. We also have this extended out for 10 years. We have that completely programmed and funded for 10 years. Some of it is phase 2 of the projects that you've seen here and other projects as well. What we're getting ready to talk about is for the first time we were able to fund open space capital improvement projects. And that is incredibly exciting to be able to say that we finally have a funding source for open space projects. But just wanted the council to understand, like there's a lot of pent up demand for Parks and Rec open space, and there's a lot of needs. And so we'll probably be working with our commission next year to go through that priority list again and see if we're still on track. And see if new things have risen to the top. We also need to do a new open space master plan. This has been funded for several years. We wanted to get our feet under us as a division. I think we're there. That process, that will also help us in terms of what's the need, what is the community asking for, how we might be able to fund it, and hopefully we can start lining up all of these things in your plan with future grants, maybe future ballot measures. That's all to be discussed later. But that's my strategy, in case anybody was wondering.
And I, for one, completely support us not putting additional things onto your list, because I do realize that the commission has worked really hard, along with staff, to come up with those priorities. And when we get diverted, it just takes energy away from the work that people have already said they want to see done. Having said that, I'm wondering if there are any examples nationwide of cities partnering malls to
Exactly where I was going, yeah.
take some space.
Yeah, I think we do have some opportunities. I know I put roller derby in touch with Dave McIntyre and some of the economic development team, especially as they know businesses coming and going, and is there space? I've sent them towards Gail Brockman. I've talked with a couple of folks that would love to build an indoor facility similar to this, and I mentioned it to them, like, hey, you might be able to get a partner with these other sports that might have similar indoor needs. And we will absolutely continue as those opportunities come up. I think it's just the idea of building a new facility is very expensive and difficult. Maybe Parks and Rec has some land. There are other future parks that we don't have funded, but we have the land, and maybe if we can get in some private investment and some P3 with the city providing the land, bring in a couple of private partnerships. So all of those things we're working on. I'm not sure if they talked with them directly, but I'm sure we can get them in touch with the right people.
On the roller derby thing, and this is the last thing I care to say about it, is they have a space to operate in when it's
Outdoor, yes. They have a space. I don't know how much they actually,
they would use it a lot more this, because I want to go see roller derby out there at Bushmaster Park after I'm done walking my dog and riding my skateboard.
yeah. Well, that could be you.
Yes.
Just. You said you take Parks and Rec everywhere, so.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into, was there anything else I was supposed to talk about? Nope. Before, okay. I do want to introduce Robert Wallace to you, but I wanted you to understand that the excitement that we have for this being the first year for you to see an open space 5-year plan. Similar to Parks and Rec, it's planned out for 10 years. It's about $400,000 ongoing that we were able to identify. This is thanks to the BBB tax being passed. Thank you, Economic Vitality, for your work on that, in partnership for sure, but it's super exciting. That first of all, and then just the revenues that their teams are bringing in. We couldn't do any of this without them, so have to say thank you for that. Similar to Parks and Rec, Robert worked with his commission to, he's got to do a joke. I told him that this morning. He worked with his commission to identify priorities. Then we worked with our wonderful accountant, Anne, to figure out how we can place them in. We reviewed this with both commissions just in February. And both commissions are super excited. So we're excited to present this to you for the
next to,
It's.
see you. The video will get
Welcome
everyone.
to Safer Journeys Together. You may have noticed a green box in a few intersections in town, occasionally with a cyclist waiting there for a light. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a green box. A green Welcome to Safer Journeys Together. You may have noticed a green box in a few intersections in town, occasionally with a cyclist waiting there for a light. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a green box. A green box is a designated area at an intersection that gives bicyclists a safe place to wait and get ahead of traffic. A cyclist may ride up to light. This allows them to be seen clearly by a driver, and it puts them ahead and out of the way of cars turning right. This is all a part of creating safer journeys for all.
It's really a two-stage.
Welcome to Safer Journeys.
Had many conversations about that just being too long. So, it's a green box. Up next, we're gonna talk about airport with Brian Gall and Adam Miele. Woo!
Thanks for speaking with us today. I'm Brian Gall, Airport Director. Kate mentioned Adam Miele is going to be joining us in a few minutes on specifics for some of our projects. But I did want to start off with a joke just to keep the theme going. I had a couple of construction ones picked out, but Heidi Hansen sent me one that I don't think I can pass up. That's a little more airport related. That is, what do you call an airplane that flies backwards? That'd be a receding airline. So if we,
I'm sorry.
we go, if you remember the presentation at the beginning about the color of money, we're into the enterprise fund section. So the airport is an enterprise fund. And I want to start off a little bit by talking about our capital improvement program a little bit more generally. So the airport's capital improvement program is traditionally a five-year program that is based in large part on our airport master plan. Our airport master plan is developed about every 10 years or so. They can be a little bit quicker than that if things change in our operational needs. Sometimes they can stretch closer to 15 if we're pretty consistent with what the master plan projected. Our last master plan update was in 2018. And that plan, it's available on our website. So there is a link there if anybody wants to check it out. I also have hard copies if anybody would like to have one for a desk reference. But basically that master plan starts by looking at our current operations, a forecast of what our planned operations are going to be for that 10-year plus period, and then what kind of infrastructure changes do we need to accommodate those changes in expected operations. It breaks the projects down through 5-year chunks from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, and 10 to 15. And we really focus on that initial 5. It's kind of a rolling 5-year master plan that we develop through our Airport Capital Improvement Program, which is called an ACIP, where we meet with the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and Arizona Department of Transportation about every year to confirm the next 5 years worth of projects as part of that program. Now, there's 3 primary funding arrangements for the Airport Capital Improvement Programs. The first are federal, state, and local, which is a primarily federal grant with a state and local match. There's also state and local projects that are primarily funded through the Arizona Department of Transportation with a local match. And then we do have local funding for some other projects. And then outside of that master planning process, we do get recommendations from the Airport Commission or emergencies for unexpected things that might arise that could potentially lead to capital projects as well. So within those federal projects I mentioned, those federal grants, there's a few different grant programs that I wanted to highlight today. The first is what we call FAA entitlement and discretionary funding. So airports get a certain amount of money that they're entitled to from the FAA every year. That's based, for commercial service airports, that's based on the number of passengers we have. So every year they do a calculation of what percentage of the total share of passengers in the country that are traveling through Flagstaff, for example, and they'll give us an entitlement funding based on that. That's a program that's called AIP, the Airport Improvement Program. So sometimes you'll hear Stacy Breckner-Neggs talk about grants. They'll be like AIP 51 or AIP 47. That's that grant that's assigned to that Airport Improvement Program. We can also ask for discretionary funding in that. So if our entitlement is not quite enough to get us across the finish line with a project, you can ask for some discretionary funding from the FAA to help us cover those remaining costs. We also have some funding through the FAA's bipartisan infrastructure law. That came in a couple different forms. The first being some sort of entitlement funding. We have 5 years where we get basically a doubling of our typical entitlement funds through the bill program. We can also apply for some grants through the bipartisan infrastructure law. The one we've consistently applied for is called the Airport Terminal Program. Unfortunately, that's a competitive grant, and so far we have not been successful in those grant applications, but we do have a couple projects that we're hoping we have one more shot at. This is the final year of that, so we're going to try one more time to get a few of those grant-funded projects going. The third one is passenger facility charges. So the FAA allows airports to request approval from the FAA to add a fee on passenger airline tickets to help fund infrastructure at airports. That can be up to $4.50 per ticket. And typically the whatever those charges go to fund has to be approved by the airline. So if a customer purchases a ticket on American Airlines and the Flagstaff Airport says we have a passenger facility charge we'd like to take from that, the airline has to approve that funding. So it's typically for things that enable those air carriers. So runways and taxiways, some things in the terminal, but it's really kind of limited to things that the airlines use. We tend to use that funding to match some of those federal grants I mentioned to help cover our local match costs. I do want to highlight, so our current 10-year plan for airport capital projects has a bunch of them that are showing up in the federal or fiscal year 25-26. So those are the ones that Adam's going to be primarily talking about in a few slides. But I do want to highlight that just in the weeks since we created these slides, some of those funding dates are changing a little bit. The big projects are it's listed here as a multi-use building, but that's our snow removal equipment building. Due to some design changes there and some of the changes we're seeing from the Federal Aviation Administration, we think that's probably going to be funded over the course of a few different fiscal years. So the 24 million that we have shown for 25-26 is probably going to shift 1 to 2 years out potentially, depending on when those funds are actually expended. Similarly, I mentioned the bill program grants that we had applied for. There's one on here for 1.2 million that we were expecting to get in this upcoming fiscal year, and that was a congressionally directed spending request that had made it through into the recommended spending package, but when they passed the latest continuing resolution that made it through Congress this year, they stripped out all those congressionally directed spending requests. So we're going to be going back to the drawing board to try to find a way to fund that 1.2 million. And that was the one that was going to design plans for the projects we had above it, the 2 FAA bill terminal programs. So without the congressionally directed spending requests, we don't have the plans that made our case really good for that federal funding through the bill request. So we're going to leave those on there because we're still going to apply for them, but the chances are not as good as they would have been had we had the design done through that congressionally directed spending. Similarly, the last one I wanted to highlight was at the very bottom of this upcoming fiscal year is an airport pavement management system. There's an ADOT grant program, which is one of the things that we asked for some help on legislative priorities for this year, which was this protection of the state aviation fund. So the state aviation fund is what ADOT uses to help fund projects at airports. One of the ways that shows up is in the APMS program, which is the Airport Pavement Management Program. They basically rank all the pavements of all the airfields in the state, and ones that can be really helped with sort of a right time injection of cash and airfield pavement maintenance. They try to help fund those to really extend the service life of some of the pavements across the state. We were in line for one of those 2 years ago. And then the aviation fund was swept to help fund other needs across the state budget. And so we ended up losing out on that project. So this one's kind of in there as a placeholder because it's pretty short notice when they ask if we're open to one of those. So we always try to make sure to enter one just in case ADOT approaches us with that grant opportunity. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam to talk a little bit more detail about the upcoming projects.
Thank you, Brian. Heating airline, huh? Yeah, gotta love it. As Brian said, my name's Adam Yali. I'm the airport programs manager, and I'm just going to talk about a few of the projects. Brian's talked a little bit about the majority of these projects. I want to do a little bit more conversations regarding that. As Brian indicated, we generally break up our capital improvement projects into different little pods, if you will. So we have a federal, state, and local. We have a state and local, and then our local. So the first one, looking at the 25-26, Brian indicated is our snow removal equipment building. That's a good example of all three. So we've got FAA funds, we have ADOT funds, then we'll have local funds. We're gonna have a slide dedicated just to that one later on, but that's what that federal, state, and local looks like. The next one is that bipartisan infrastructure, the bill funding, as Brian indicated, that airport terminal program, that ATP. Looks like we're gonna have to reapply for that. It's our last year, but with that the continuing resolution that was passed, I believe, on the 14th or the 13th of March, that had that stripped away. So we're gonna find a way to see if we can't move forward with that. That's the terminal accessibility and expansion design. That we also have some drainage issues on one of our aprons. So that project would have covered that. So we're gonna see if we can come up with some creative ways to get that funded through other means.
Is an apron what's around the gates?
Correct, where the airplane will park.
Okay.
That's our apologies. Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. So we do have some drainage on our commercial aprons, so we want to get that corrected. We were trying to do that with the CARES funding, but we weren't able to do so. So we're putting it at the top of our list. Next, we have our state and local. The state and local is at 90-10, so 90% funding through state, 10% us. Brian indicated, yes, they did have $15 million swept last year, so that was a big hit. And I appreciate all the support from Mayor Council on our hopes that the state will kind of lock those funds down a little bit, similar to like HERF. It would be nice if we didn't have those sweeps happening. $15 million is a lot of money. We have on here our ADOT environmental assessment. That project is really important. It's ongoing. When we have these capital projects, we have to do environmental studies, and that project allows us to hire a consultant to do those environmental backgrounds for us. So we'll be continuing to use that funds as projects come available. And as Brian indicated, as our little placeholder for the airport pavement management system, the APMS project. A lot of times, like Brian said, we literally got a call, say, hey, we've got some more money. We want to do this project. Can you do it? And if we don't have it programmed, we can't move forward with that. Or if the funding gets swept, we can't. But we are going to go ahead and put that in there in case of that availability, that capacity becomes available. We'd like to jump on that. Airport snow removal equipment building. I've spoken before with council and several other councils before on this project. It's been going on for quite some time now. This is a very key, important project for the city. As part of the grant assurances that we have when we buy a lot of these pieces of equipment, we have to have them housed. We have to have them, out of the elements. This particular project was identified in our master plan years ago. Our partners at the state as well as the FAA approved and said, yes, you really need this project. So we've gone through some design on this project for some time now. We've reduced size, we've looked at different locations. We've done various studies that are required for this particular project as far as the sizing of the project. Well, I think we've all heard once or twice from construction prices are going up. And so we moved forward with our design, got a contractor on board, got a guaranteed maximum price at GMP. And it was a bit higher than our funding partners were ready for. And so we are kind of hitting the pause button. I said pause, not stop, pause. And we're looking at different opportunities to try to get those prices down, working with our CMAR. And we're currently looking at, well, we're meeting constantly, but we're looking at reducing the size and scope of the project because this is a critical need for the airport. That work is ongoing. When we got our GMP at the time, we sized this particular facility to meet our current needs for our equipment, as well as what we had in our 5-year rolling stock or our equipment needs. And we sized it according to that. It was going to be, we're calling it 12 bays and a maintenance bay. One thing that we don't have at the airport is a place to do maintenance on our equipment. And I think most of you have been out to the airport and seen some of the size of the equipment out there that we use to not only remove snow, but our firefighting apparatus. You don't really want to take that thing down Milton, any of them. So a lot of times our friends in Fleet, when they come out here, they're having to do a lot of the work on the concrete. And so the FAA said, yes, you are eligible for a maintenance bay. So this also had a maintenance bay associated with it. And as we're looking at rediscovering or value engineering or reconsidering the needs of this facility, we're keeping that maintenance. FAA is very supportive on that. We need to give our fleet friends an opportunity to do the work under a roof. So we are still looking at moving forward with that. Our GMP came back at 33 million, and our available funding is between 10 and 13 million dollars. So we have a large shortfall. So Brian indicated there was that third set of potential funding opportunities, which is discretionary funding. We were told by our ADO or FAA counterparts that it doesn't look like we will be able to find that money. So we are working with them to downscale some of this and kind of moving forward. Brian, do you want to?
Yeah, Adam, I think you covered it well, but so just adding on to that discretionary piece that Adam was talking about. So that building was originally sized for those 12 bays that Adam mentioned. Right now we have 8 pieces of snow removal equipment in our current fleet. So as Adam mentioned, we're eligible for up to 18. FAA has a calculation based on the snowfall rates and how much pavement you have to clear that your particular airport gets. So we were hoping that we could build this in a way that would basically cover the foreseeable needs for all future equipment storage at the airport. When the prices come back and we see where they are, our current fleet of 8 is, this building's bigger than what we need for what we have in the fleet now. So our conversations with the FAA have said, you know, if we kind of right size this building to our current fleet, knowing that our next couple of capital fleet purchases are going to be replacing our older equipment rather than adding to our fleet, it really buys us quite a bit of time for our vehicle storage that's kind of stored all over the airport at the moment, while still meeting at least our current needs. And hopefully building it in a way that we could potentially have future projects to add onto the building, rather than building the whole building now, build it for the size of what we have now with future phases sort of planned into the program. Now, as Adam mentioned, that shortfall of say 15 to 18 million is a big number. The FAA basically indicated that from a discretionary standpoint, that's probably more than we can expect, because the discretionary goes through a competitive process. So they rank all the projects by what type it is, safety being their #1 priority and runways being their #1 priority. The further away you get from a runway in the FAA, the less likely you are to get that federal discretionary funding. So snow removal building being a little bit removed from the runway itself doesn't score particularly well in the FAA's sort of matrices they use. But we said, okay, if we say reduce this building by 30 to 40% to kind of fit our current fleet, and maybe adjust, reduce some of our site costs by association by making the building smaller, and maybe that number comes down to it. 15 to 18 to $20 million project. Now our discretionary ask is in the 3 to 5 to 8 million range. They were much more receptive to that. So our hope is that by kind of right sizing this building, it's going to put us in a better place to get that discretionary funding to get us across the finish line. So we've had those conversations with them. Our design team is going through an exercise right now, kind of recosting what that looks like with that reduced footprint. We'll be taking that to the FAA, hopefully with a number that's under 20 million instead of that initial 33. Allow us to get that grant request in.
So we were just whispering about the trip to DC. Are we altering the amount that we're asking for when we're there?
Stacy might have to help us answer that. I think it's hard because we don't have our numbers back from our contractors yet, but I think we will be altering the requested amount.
From day one, we've been presenting 24.8 million. That was originally, for the last 2 years. And so the GMP came in at 33, but we're still kind of honing in on that 24. We're still kind of staying.
That's a good point.
Staying with that 24, because that is what we have been presenting to FAA the whole time. So I think we're going from 33 down, value engineering down to maybe 24 million. So staying with the 24, and then working the discretionary. So it shouldn't really change.
That's a good point, Stacey. Yeah, it's not going to change too much from what we'd originally asked for. The prices came back from much higher than we were asking for. We're trying to bring it back down, hopefully a little bit under what we were asking for.
And say again, the available funding, the 10 million to 13 million, that is what's available through the FAA?
Through our FAA entitlement program, plus our FAA bipartisan infrastructure law, all we're putting in 5 years of entitlement and 5 years of bill funding, which gets us, depending on, because the construction, the design costs are also come out of that, and so does, we actually have to pay, we get the money from the FAA, but we have to pay another part of the FAA because they have to relocate some FAA owned equipment. So some of it is actually going to sort of reimburse the FAA for some of their efforts on this. So 13 million is kind of the high end. It depends on how much we end up having to reimburse for some other efforts that the FAA is doing on the project.
If I could add to that, Brian, real quick, and this is just, FAA is committed to design. That's a separate grant. And now they've committed our almost 4 million in entitlement, and 6.3 is the 5 years of bill. So we've already got a very heavy commitment from FAA to support this project. So that's why I don't feel like the discretionary is going to be competitive. It's going to be a little challenge, but they've committed so much already. So I think we're just trying to hit that sweet spot in the discretionary to get to that 24.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You jump back in 7 minutes left.
Challenge accepted. Moving through, as Brian indicated, we look at between generally 1 to 5 years, and then we outlook the additional 5 years. So this is looking at between 27 and 2030. Some of the projects we're looking at from a federal, state, and local is our taxiway alpha relocation. That's 2.1. Taxiway whiskey relocate. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a slide or two. Reconstruct whiskey. This is Westplex. This is where our hangars are. So we have a portion of that that is going bad. So we're looking at putting together a project for that, and then design for a runway reconstruction, which is $2 million. Going on to state and local projects, we have some land acquisition, both north and south of our runway. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. Runway repair project, that was that $1 million for the ADOT potential projects that could come through. Taxiway whiskey apron repair. We are federally mandated to move from our lights, our current lights, runway lights, we're going to go to LEDs. So we've been doing some research on that, and we're going full LEDs on the airfield. Land safety area, that's another property that we are looking at purchasing with the Forest Service, and then perimeter service road rehabilitation. We have a perimeter road that PD and Ops goes through and drives that daily to look at the areas where we may have some wildlife coming in, or just making sure everything is secured. And we need to look at doing some improvements to that. In the 26.7, this project's already in motion. This is the land acquisition. This is, as you can tell, well, let me explain a little bit. This purple area is the land that we're looking to acquire from the Forest Service. Lake Mary is this road that runs right through here. This project is moving forward nicely. Right now, we're in the appraisal process with the Forest Service. That does take some time, but it is moving forward, and we're looking to spend all of that money for the purchase of that property.
Reason why we need to purchase it?
The reason why we need to purchase it is there are some trapezoids here. Is our runway protection zone area, which we should have full control over. And FAA says you really need to do that. And when we did the runway extension, we have an easement here. Portion of our runway is actually an easement through the Forest Service. We would like to buy that just so we can control that a little bit better. And thankfully for us, the Forest Service is amenable to that. So it's really critical. Next project we're looking at is our runway construction study. Real quick, this is a car on our runway at 3. So what 3 is it's on the south side. So I-17 is the closest over here. The reason why we love this picture is, as you can see, that car on our runway looks fairly small. So our runway is 150 feet wide plus 2 25-foot shoulders. And our runway distance is 8,800 feet. So it's over a mile. So basically this is 16 lanes of traffic. If you look at a typical 12-foot wide roadway width. We've got a little over 16 lanes of pavement there. There's a lot of issue, you know, a lot of capacity there to have issues. When we did the mill and overlay in 2017, 2018, they almost stopped the project because there were some issues with our geometry. So what this runway study is going to do, it's going to look at to make sure from a geometric standpoint, we know what we have. It's also going to give us some additional information for strength on this particular runway. We're having conversations with potential other carriers. We need to make sure that they bring in a big piece of equipment, we can handle it. So that runway study is critical. That we're anticipating it's going to be about $1 million. And then we do have some ancillary pavement repair that we need to do. And that's in the 26, 27. Next project real quick is our taxiway whiskey relocation. This illustration here, currently this W up here for whiskey at the Westplex, that's where our hangars are. Currently airplanes can come out, and if they wanted to, they could directly access the runway. And FAA does not like that. Potential runway incursions. So what they've done, they've asked us to consider segment over. So that way you have to make a stop. You have to call into the tower and get direction to turn. It's more of a safety, and it's been identified on our master plan for a number of years. So we're real excited about this particular project and what it could potentially do for future use in this area as well. It may allow us to expand it for additional airplanes. We're looking at this one fiscal year of 27, 28, and we're doing some legwork now on this particular project. This one's very exciting. And
I'm impressed.
did I make 7 minutes?
With time to spare.
Questions, please. No questions. I apologize. I went a little bit fast there towards the end. I want to thank you all for your time and your attention, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. How's trash?
This will be the last year you see this slide. Scott Overton, Public Works Director. We also have solid waste in my group. The landfill access road, if you've been to our landfill, you've now driven on this road. It's been open for about 6 or 8 months now. I think it was a very important project that was on the cusp of maybe not being delivered. We were short on some funding. We were able to get our county partner to contribute an additional $1 million to keep this on track, which was a huge win. But if you haven't been to our landfill recently, please come and see this road. It is much nicer. We straightened out all the curves. The surface is smooth, and it gets you right for the gate. In addition to the road itself, we added a third stall or a third lane going into the landfill. So now it kind of feels like you're in a toll booth situation, but it was able to segregate our traffic from commercial and residential, which really eased the pressures we were seeing at the scale house. And then of course, better customer service to where you didn't have to wait in a real long line. So if you haven't seen this road, look, and sadly, this will be the last year we see this project, but for me, it's completed. Another large project at the landfill is we, of course, have to prepare for growth and for future cell development. We are fully regulated as a regional landfill, but building a landfill is not as simple as it was maybe in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Digging a hole and just burying trash is not quite how it looks. On my desk, if you swing by sometime, you will see an assembly of the liner we build in landfill cells. And we have just recently completed this large cell, which is in sequence D. If you drive past the trash on the left and you go out towards the right or the east, you'll see this really large open cell today. This cell is in its final stages of development and will be ready for trash and debris soon. So it's regulated. It was a very expensive project. We completed those 2 phases in the last 2 years. So we're in the last little piece of the pumps and the final kind of acceptance of this cell, and it will become a part of our landfill in the next couple of years. Most importantly for you to understand, we have the second piece of this cell, phase 2, and it is now pushed out. We've seen those strains on the solid waste fund. We've used capital to kind of balance some of those things out. It is now programmed for the year 27, 28. That is a really critical year for us to watch. As it takes about 3 years to develop that cell, it wouldn't be online until maybe 2030 or 2031. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we would really like to see it stay in the 27 year. And we will just continue our progress. So good news on the solid waste front. Project continues, the cell is built, and regardless of the operational concerns we're seeing, these are large capital expenditures that are required.
Can you explain for us the methane capture that you're putting into cell D?
So we don't capture methane. Methane is typically captured, well, it's controlled. Let's put it this way. And we get too far into the weeds, we're going to call our engineer friends in. I am not that person. So we have to control, and they pump through the leachate liners, and they actually gather and capture through methane trenching. So we monitor that, we watch that. Actual capture, like we think of maybe kind of as a hypothetical capturing, using as a fuel or using as a product, we are not there quite yet. We typically see that in the industry at the closure of those landfills or cells that have now been capped and become kind of this open but yet controlled environment to capture methane. We have not developed this at Cinder Lakes. And I actually think we're quite a ways out, simply because former cells are not lined. You know, those were developed decades ago, and it's going to be more difficult to capture methane. There are some studies, there's been work done, but we are not programming that quite yet. It will come, and it will come soon, but we're still at the whole development stage, not the capture stage. Hopefully that answers the question in a very simplistic.
I just wanted to be reassured that you're building in the capacity as you build the cell, dig and line the cell, that in the future, methane capture can become a reality in terms of global warming.
It can become a reality. I think what I also want to caution, just for full disclosure, is we are not likely going to be a region in the country that produces a lot of methane. So there's been some analysis done, but generally methane is more produced in communities that have higher humidities, lots of moisture content, where that trash is really biodegrading quickly. So I do think Arizona landfills struggle with our dry, arid climate to create enough methane to make it practical, useful, or profitable. So just hedge your bet a little bit, knowing that our natural environment isn't super conducive to massive amounts of methane production.
Thank you.
Don't want to get you in a bad spot. Talking points. The rest of the afternoon is water services. They've got some great projects.
Thanks, Scott. I think we're bringing Lee Williams back up and his team, the water services section.
So, the team this time got Mac McNamara, our engineering section director, and Shank, our stormwater section director, with us. Ivy Cost is here also to help out with some of these slides. I said I didn't have a joke earlier. Team Flagstaff helped me out here, handing me the joke. On the dad card here, because this is definitely a dad joke. Not all construction work is equally enjoyable. For instance, drilling a large hole is boring, but fastening two pieces of metal together is riveting. Let's dive in here. All right, we have a completed new transmission line, Schweitzer Canyon Phase 4. This is basically from north of the hospital up to the Elks Lodge. It's included because we have a Phase 5 coming along. I think we're still working through some land acquisition on Phase 5 and some alignments for the pipe. We have a new water main on Solier Avenue. Mac, any details on that one?
Oh, Solier, yeah, so obviously completed. It was about a mile transmission line we put in, finished last summer. It's
The main purpose of it is a secondary water feed for a lot of the development that's going on in the Fourth and Butler area. And most of that was paid for by private developments.
Thanks. On meter vault replacement, this slide slipped in there, I'm gonna have to apologize, but I'm gonna use it as a segue to another one. This is a completed project. It's an NAU meter that was upgraded. We have another project that's ongoing right now that is another meter that feeds NAU off of Riordan. So it's at the corner of Riordan and Riordan by single track bicycles there. Very similar project to this, but it will also encompass some aging infrastructure. So there'll be some very old pipeline replaced along with the meter. That will make the meter more accurate. Generally, meters fail in favor of the customer, so it means more revenue for us when we replace the meters. It's coming out of the drinking water fund, and it will also make it safer for the meter readers to access that new vault. Cost estimate for the new one, because it includes the aging infrastructure and some piping along Riordan, is $1.3 million. Eagle Mountain is currently our JOC on that, and we're breaking ground soon.
May.
May. Okay, so should be underway soon. All right, Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant Master Meter Upgrade. So when the Lake Mary well field was drilled back in the 80s, they predicted that tons of water would come out of, a lot more water than we actually get out of the field. We're currently mining water from that aquifer. Water table's dropping. So we're not pumping as much as was anticipated 40 to 50 years ago. So some of our infrastructure is oversized. That Lake Mary water comes through the Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant. It goes through a 36-inch pipe with a meter in it, and that water doesn't flow at the right velocity for that meter to pick up on it, so it's not very accurate. So this is a project to divert that 36-inch pipeline and put an 18-inch meter in it, which will be sized correctly for the flows coming out of that Lake Mary well field combined with the water coming through the water plant that's treated from Upper Lake Mary. So it's another meter accuracy project that's it's been in the works for several years. We had the idea back in 2019. We got the design back in 2019. COVID happened, escalating costs. It was put on hold for a while, but we are moving forward with it this fall. Thanks.
Can you explain a little bit about why it's important to have a correctly sized meter and what the meter does?
Yeah.
Meters.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
But
So this is a meter. This is probably the largest capacity meter in water production. This measures the water going into the system. And then what happens later is every individual meter in the system at people's homes are tallied up, and we can look at the difference between the two. So if we don't have meter accuracy, we don't know if we have leaks. We don't know if we're losing water. We don't know if people are stealing water. So this will allow us to account for our water a lot more accurately. Right, Kier has that, and they will deliver it as a JOC. And like I said, construction should begin this fall. Interbasin water line, David Peterson, our hero up here. This is a huge project. This has been going on for several years. After the fires that went through on the east side of the peaks, the subsequent flooding damaged tons of infrastructure up there, washed out pipelines, damaged roads. So pursued a grant with TFFM, got $14 million from them. And Hunter Contracting has been doing an amazing job up there, led by David, who's been showing them what needs to be fixed and where it needs to be fixed to get the water flowing back into the city of Flagstaff. As of the end of the summer last year, water flowed through our North Reservoir filtration plant for the first time in 2 years. We're looking forward to collecting a lot more of that water this year. There's things to tie up there. There's a little bit of work left to do this summer. I think there's about, what'd you say, $1 million left, David, on that? And David also wanted me to add that or Stacy wanted me to add that there's a field trip up there on June 6th if anybody's interested in seeing the project. It's, like I said, it's been huge. It's won 2 big awards with Project of the Year for state of Arizona. Is that correct? Really great things happening up there. Yeah. Right, sedimentation basin improvement. This is another one that was identified back in 2015 as a high priority project. The treatment basins at the Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant.
were built in the 60s. They had an upgrade in the 80s. And they are falling apart, for lack of better words. The old coagulant that we used as a treatment chemical was, it lowered the pH, which would eat up a lot of the steel parts, eat up the concrete, just not very corrosive, but slightly corrosive. And after 40 years, it took its toll. So we are moving forward on this one. We just got the contract from Brown and Caldwell approved by council. Thank you. And we're proceeding with ordering parts soon, correct?
We're doing some investigation work right now with PCL as our CMAR. And I think we're probably about 2 months out from bringing a GMP to council. And a lot of that will be for long lead times for some of those parts.
Thank you. Reclaimed water, PRV stands for pressure reducing valve. So sometimes the pressure in the distribution pipes is higher than people need it at their homes. Or since Flagstaff has terrain and elevation creates pressure, you get to a low spot, you have more pressure than you need in those distribution lines. So you have these valves that regulate that pressure. The current existing valve is in the floodplain outside of our Rio influent pump station. If you look at the map, I-40 runs approximately here. And the Foots Trail comes around and goes through the duck pond, or goes around the duck pond here. So the existing vault is down here in the floodplain, and we're going to move it uphill so that it won't be underwater when it floods. Pipes and water equipment is made to have water on the inside, not necessarily on the outside. So this should prolong the life of that new equipment. I'm leaving out the budget part. I should quit rushing here. The budget is 1.4 million. It's coming out of the Reclaimed Water Fund, and it's in the design phase currently, and construction should begin in the fall of next year. Rio de Flag solids handling project. We've talked about this one before. The Rio de Flag plant is located in the center of town. It has the ability to treat wastewater, but it doesn't have the ability to handle any of the solids. So it dumps those solids back into the collection system where they go to Wildcat Hill to be treated. This project will allow Rio plant to handle its own solids. It will dry them out to 90% dry Class A solids, which does two things. It makes them lighter, so it's easier to haul them to the landfill. And also, should the city pursue a biochar plant in the future, it makes a great feedstock for that biochar plant. This will prolong the life of the Wildcat Hill plant because it'll take some of that solids loading off of the digesters. And it'll also allow us to do a rehab project on those digesters. Budget is $24 million coming out of the wastewater fund. Original agreement was made last year. We're at 30% design with Waterworks engineers currently working towards 60. And we're hoping for construction of next year. We'll see how all the planning goes. 8-inch bottleneck in the reclaim line. So the reclaim system, you can see it makes almost a complete loop around the city. We have one little break here. And there's also a bottleneck here. So there's a 12-inch line leading into an 8-inch line before it gets up to the Buffalo Park tank. By upsizing this line and adding some communications with a pump station, we will be able to pump water from Wildcat Hill up to the Buffalo Park tank, which will increase the resiliency of our system. We'll be able to pump more water into the system from both plants rather than the Rio plant supplying most of the water to that tank. We're also adding conduit in that trench so we can pull fiber through. It was a request of IT, so kind of a two-part project, increasing the communications. Budget is $5.1 million coming out of the Reclaim Fund. And design was summer of 25, construction of summer of 26 to fall of 27. So it should be starting up next year. Country Club Interceptor. Do you want to talk about this one, Mac, or should I?
Yeah. So the Country Club Interceptor, we also call it the Wildcat Interceptor. This is our main line. You can see it's a little more than a mile. Wildcat Reclamation Facility is right here. This is basically where all of Flagstaff's wastewater goes through. The line's reaching capacity. It's kind of aging out. So we're moving towards replacing it. We're right at 60% design right now, going through pipe material, looking at lead times. It's something we're hoping to start construction here in the summer. We've got Eagle Mountain on as our CMAR. That's about a month ago. I don't know if you got anything else to add.
Certificate of occupancies or anything hanging up on it?
Not right now. But, yeah, it is very critical to our systems on the collection size. That's all I got on that. Lee over here.
All right, I will hand this off to Trevor.
Good afternoon again, Trevor Henry. I know Lee and Mac are doing an outstanding job moving through their presentations. I'm going to kind of slow it down. So, yeah, we're fortunate to have Christine Cameron online with us today. So if there's some questions that I'm not able to answer, she'll be here to answer those. But before I do that, I do want to introduce another project manager with Capital, who is Ivy Goss. Come on up, Ivy.
Academy. Now, I have a water joke for you before I introduce myself. My husband was really upset that I told him we had a limited budget, so we could only fix the pool pump or the plumbing under the sink. So you had to choose. It was either sink or swim. I looked, Trevor told me I was going to, I was looking all over the internet for a good joke. Ivy Koss, I fell in love with Flagstaff in 2019 and my whole family and I moved up here in 2021. We love it. Flagstaff, I feel like, has been in my heart because I love mountains and pine trees forever. Navy vet, me and my husband both are both disabled Navy veterans. I had the tremendous opportunity to work with USAA, an insurance and banking company. That's where I've done the last like 7 years of project management. Anywhere from like little tiny projects all the way up to 2.2 billion IT infrastructure projects. So then as I was looking for a new job home up here in Flagstaff, I had the tremendous opportunity to interview with this team. And I didn't think I could love Flagstaff anymore until I was hired. I feel like I've got a true job family and I'm very excited to work on the Rio. So thank you.
Welcome.
All right.
We are very fortunate to have Ivy on our team. And as she mentioned, she is a veteran, so we're really appreciative of her service and her husband's service. The interview process to be on the Rio de Flag because of her military background. She knows how to work with the Army Corps. So that is our strategy. She is going to help us with this project. And eventually, at some point, when we get to delivery of the project, she's going to take the lead. So we are very fortunate to have her. But the Rio de Flag project, it is the city's highest priority project to date. Been working on this project for roughly 20 plus years. It's a project that is important to the city, important to our community. It will solve the 100-year floodplain in the downtown section, the south side. If you look at the map, the clear section of the map is the 100-year floodplain. So you kind of see how that's going to influence how it might affect the downtown area. So with the Army Corps, we determined we would have $1 billion of damage should we have a 100-year flood event. That was in 2008. Those are numbers from 2008. So we all know that's going to be a lot higher should that happen. So time is of the essence. We continue to work forward on that. So what this project will do, it'll take a series or a combination of underground structures and open channels throughout the whole network of the project. Right now on the map, we show phases, but we changed that to stages based on the Army Corps. So each phase kind of branches out from the center of town. And that's kind of where those channels and those open channels fit. So the Army Corps is the federal sponsor, which means they are in charge of administering the project. The city is the non-federal sponsor. So we have a say in what happens. So we are at the table with them, talking with them. We have weekly meetings. We have bi-weekly meetings with bigger groups to go over the design, to go over just anything in general related to the Rio. There's also a cost share. Corps has 65%. The city has 35%. So that makes up the total project. Right now, we did have a cost increase. We went from a $122 million project to a $243 million project. And again, everybody knows costs are going up. And that's just what happened with the Rio. But just understand, we are at the table with the Army Corps trying to figure out where the cost increase are, how to mitigate some of those. We're talking with them. There is a trip planned next week to DC with our with the council and some staff members, and we're gonna further talk with the Army Corps and just kind of get a better understanding of that. So just in reference to date, the city has spent $440 million on this project. So we are vested. We are determined to get this project moving forward. Right now, the design is about 95% complete. We're hoping to finish that through this summer. And we're also working on real estate. That's one of the items that the city is in charge of. So we continue to work through that hand in hand with the Army Corps, going through these meetings, having updates. Construction is not yet determined. Again, we got to talk with the Army Corps and figure out what's our best strategy going forward. So we don't have a date on construction, but we are moving forward. Yeah, so that's our Rio de Flag project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, Christine's online if I don't have that available.
You also have one more slide.
Oh, yeah. So this is just another quick slide showing the Rio. On the upper left is the open channel. So that's kind of what the section will look like. It'll be a trapezoidal section. It will be landscaped. There will be some improvements, hard structure, hard surface on the edges to kind of help with potential maintenance. You do got to get in there and provide maintenance of these open channels. On the lower right is another section with the box culvert underneath with a landscape portion on top. So these are different scenarios within the project, within those phases that we were looking at, those stages, kind of those reaches coming out from downtown. It just shows kind of what we're going to be doing project.
Thanks, Trevor. If you can back up a slide, and this one probably for Christine, I think. On the schedule, last time we met with Army Corps, they surprised us by telling us we weren't going to see a project start this year. But reference was made to potentially seeing that happen early 2026. That, of course, being contingent on some property acquisitions. And I know since that conversation, we did acquire one of the big parcels that was a bit of a impediment to all this happening. So I'm just a little curious as to now how we're seeing construction to be determined, a construction schedule. Christine, are we backing off of the early 2026 projection that the Corps thought we might be able to meet?
City manager, we're not backing off of that date. The Corps is still pushing on that also. What we're trying to do is get all of the design and the real estate acquired by September of this year so they can let a contract out for bidding. So we would hopefully be able to start in 2026. A lot is contingent on this change control board process that they are in the middle of with their leadership. I think we've talked to you about that. There is another meeting in DC in June with their headquarters for that change control board. And so I think that they'll have some more information regarding next steps forward on which alternative we are able to proceed with. At the very least, we would like to proceed with the lower reach section from Butler Avenue up to Phoenix Avenue. So again, we're assessing what existing funding we have, how far that will go, and when and if the headquarters will let us proceed. So.
Yeah, thanks. And I take it that will also be a central talking point in your trip to DC which I guess now is next week, right?
Yes, sir. We have a meeting with the South Pacific Division, which oversees the LA district. And so we'll be meeting with Charles Wilson, a gentleman there. And we had some good talking points last year and had a good conversation with him, but I think it will take on a different flavor this year. We have much more pointed kind of issues to talk about, so.
Thanks, Christine. Let the record reflect that she said yes, sir, to me.
Of course.
That actually doesn't make me feel good. It makes me feel really old, but.
Okay, Greg, is that better? No.
That's much better, thank you.
Do you have a nickname? Kidding.
Not repeat it in this room.
I think Amy Hagan can come up with one.
How close are we on the real estate acquisition part?
So out of 70 parcels for this first stage, we have about 45 acquired. And this is as of a couple of weeks ago, and Bryce has been hustling. We've got 45 acquired, about 9 left of the private parcels. A lot of those are small temporary construction easements. Some of those I think have been closed in the last couple of weeks. So 9-ish. And then we have the BNSF parcels, which are 16 parcels altogether. And one of the talking points is we really need the Army Corps to step back into the room with BNSF leadership and get these agreements hammered out, because that's how the real estate's conveyed. They've been dragging their feet a little bit on it, and that's something that we just really need to push on next week.
Thanks.
I just had a quick question, and I don't expect you to know the answer since the details have changed kind of abruptly and more recent. That funding disparity seems big to me. And the way that I understand it, the wheel is going to be constructed, the phases that it goes through. Even if we couldn't get any more funding or anything like that, would it be beneficial to build out as much as we could the way that we are currently going to construct it?
That is the approach. We want to proceed with early construction, or construction as early as we can using the existing funding. The current chief of the engineers, General Graham, they also hold aside a pot of money that they can perhaps add to a little bit without congressional appropriations. That's something I want to talk about next week also. But yeah, we would like to proceed with the funding that we have available.
Thank you.
All right, Trevor, you successfully slowed us down.
Yes.
Hey, Trevor.
Anybody you want, or do you want me to take it? Either way, I'm happy. Do you want the slide? All right. I'll leave it up to you. I don't want to feel hurt. New people have some fun, you know?
Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. The water project I'll be talking to you about for stormwater. This is the downtown lateral storm drain. You've heard about all of the related projects to this already today. Should make this a little easier. This is going to be the stretch of road just west of City Hall. So from halfway between the intersection of Sitgreaves and Santa Fe and Park and Santa Fe, we'll be starting there and moving west towards the intersection of Park and Santa Fe Avenue. So this project entails approximately 1,000 feet of stormwater infrastructure. We will be installing a box culvert under the road there, and the goal is to capture water flows, stormwater flows from the observatory mesa area. So Mars Hill, all of that water will flow down, be captured in our catch basins, and go into this box culvert. Now this project is contingent on and working in conjunction with the Downtown Mile and the Rio de Flag flood control projects. As part of the Downtown Mile, you heard that they will also be installing a box culvert that will eventually connect to the one that we we are building. Sorry. Which will eventually all flow into the Rio de Flag. So there's a lot of coordination going on there, which leads us to our funding and schedule. So this was ratified by council back in 2024, before my time here. And design has been ongoing since 2024. We're at about 90% plans for the first phase, which we're hoping to start construction on at the end of this year or early next year. The second phase would have to wait right now until after the downtown mile is complete. And that's due to some utility conflicts that we have with the existing infrastructure. Once they complete their portion, we can accommodate that in our plans. So right now we're looking at approximately $3.6 million total for design and construction. And this is part of the 595 program, the environmental infrastructure grant with the Army Corps. They're funding about 1.2 million of that. So the city share is approximately 2.4 million. Any questions? Anything you want to add, Ed? Okay.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you, Geneva. So Ed Shankham, Stormwater Section Director. I'll finish out our stormwater projects for today, starting with the Lower Spruce Wash Channel Resiliency Project. This is a project that was created right after the museum fire in 2019. It is to improve the channel downstream of 4th and Butler, Spruce Wash, until it hits the confluence with the Rio de Flag. It includes 2 improvements on the foot slow water crossings, as well as some utility hardening downstream of that 4th and Butler area. And it was submitted for a FEMA grant way back in 2019 with an original grant agreement in 2021. FEMA came back, didn't like the original design. We redesigned it, and we're still awaiting their final approval for construction. So total budget is about $500,000, with $100,000 of that being from FEMA, the other $400,000 from the Stormwater Fund. Any questions before I move to the next? All right, next one. This is a big one. Hopefully you can build it. This is the Big Fill Lake Drainage Project. So this is conceived actually many decades ago. It was always kind of considered something that would be very difficult to pull off. But with BNSF improving their rail line shortly and widening their line by double, we are hoping to use that time to improve the drainage underneath BNSF, as well as Route 66 over near Country Club. So we call it Big Fill Lake. It's been called that for a long time because it essentially does become a lake. It backs up behind BNSF during those really large floods. So to give you some context here, you have Continental right through here. Country Club Drive right through there. Everything you see there in that sort of hatched blue is backwater floodway designation, which means that it's very difficult to develop in that area. We have very stringent regulations against that. And unfortunately, there's many townhomes that were built in that floodway before that FEMA designation. So our hope is to be able to put in 5 new 8-foot wide drainage pipes under BNSF and Route 66 that would help decrease that floodway designation, removing 51 homes from the floodway and allowing up to 200 acres of undeveloped land to be developed, including some of the regional park that we own out there. The budget is $14 million. That's the engineer's opinion of probable cost. We are hoping to apply for a Protect grant. We actually have it like 99% ready to go. And unfortunately, that NOFO has been pulled for the moment, so we're still paused under this administration of when we can submit for that grant. We have been working weekly with BNSF and other partners to submit for that, or to get to that grant and to get the design complete. Design's roughly a little over 60%. Let's call it 75% done. It's between 60 and 90. Our portion at the city would be $2 million if we do get that grant. So $2 million of that would be Stormwater Fund. Another 1.5 roughly would be in BNSF money, and the remainder would be out of that Protect grant. Design and coordination started in 2023. And we are currently paused as of this moment, other than design. Design's ongoing, but we're still waiting for that grant to come back online. Any questions on that one before we move on?
The next one is a suite of projects on Fanning Wash. This Fanning Wash is on the east side of Flagstaff. It goes near Thomas Elementary School, Siler Homes, and then down through Route 66 where the old Sizzler was at. So if you ever see flooding there, that's part of that Fanning Wash area. We have a series of 3 projects planned to reduce the flood threat to that school, the public homes, Route 66, as well as a number of residents as well. Total budget for it is 8.4 million spread between 3 projects. We have design ongoing for all 3 projects and are also applying for FEMA grants for at least one of those, possibly 2. Schedule for this upcoming year will mostly be design and grant management, with construction beginning at the end of next fiscal year and moving into the next 2 years after that. Next one's Mead Lane drainage improvement. So this is an improvement, drainage improvement along Mead Lane and Coconino Estates, southern portion of Coconino Estates. It is constructed in conjunction with some water, wastewater, and streets improvements, mostly the aging infrastructure fund for water and wastewater. So we're going to we're going to improve the sewer, water, as well as we're doing the drainage. The drainage portion is about 1.1 million with a FEMA HMGP grant. In the process, we've gone through like 5 RFIs. We're getting there for 800,000, with the city of Flagstaff stormwater being at 300,000. Design is mostly done. We're about 95% right now. We're waiting on that grant agreement. We expect it soon, and with construction this coming fiscal year. I believe the last one, should say that, I don't know that. Shadow Mountain Detention Basin. So this would be a new detention basin above the Shadow Mountain neighborhood, so above Appalachian Way. It contains some of those flows that we see coming off of Mount Eldon, off that old radio fire scar from 1977. The budget is 3 million. We have submitted at least a notice of intent for the 595 environmental infrastructure grant at 2.3 million, with a city match of 750,000. We're still waiting to hear back from the Army Corps on whether to proceed on that. We also still need property acquisition from Kinder Morgan pipeline. So there's a 6-acre parcel that we've been in coordination with since 2021. Design's ongoing. Well, actually, design's complete. We're awaiting that property donation from Kinder Morgan, and also awaiting more information from the 595 EI program. So with tentative construction in 2026. Any other questions for stormwater before we move on to forward given that? All right, thank you.
And I'm going to be generous and give a 10-minute break this time. We'll reconvene for our last section of the day. for today because I know you are concerned that you won't get to see more. Casey will pull those up for us, and this will be our last segment of
Job bringing it home. Oh, yeah. We're doing a video.
We're just waiting.
For journeys together. In order for cars and bikes to travel safely together, a car must give cyclists enough space. In Arizona, drivers must give bicyclists at least 3 feet when passing. If it is safe to give additional room, do so. If you cannot pass a bicyclist safely, then wait until there is an opportunity. Time is not as important as well-being.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw that one.
It's always good to know because you can tell people don't know. And then they just like.
Thanks for disclosing.
I actually hadn't seen that one yet. I was like, where's the audio? It's great. And yes, a great welcome for Dave and Heidi. We're going to talk about longer term priorities in this section. They mentioned parking earlier, and so we're going to follow up on that conversation.
All right. Starting off with a couple jokes because we're talking parking and we're talking downtown. So what happens when a frog parks inappropriately? It gets towed.
Oh.
All right, so 2 bunnies that visit all the taverns downtown. What are they called?
NAU students.
We're gonna go with bar hoppers. Thank you. No, actually, I've been doing a lot better with my own parking. People keep leaving me notes saying parking fine. Okay, sorry. Couldn't help it.
He's here all week.
I'm gonna be here all night, and as you guys leave, it'll be more and more awkward. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about a little bit under longer term priorities is an idea that's out there to work with downtown on downtown enhancements, future enhancements. This is a conversation that's been going on for some time. But one of the things that's on the table now is working to have these enhancements go through FD Bird to the DBA, and there would be things like restrooms cleaning, additional graffiti removal, working with snow removal on sidewalks, making sure cinders are cleaned quickly, supplementing public works with trash removal. So public works would continue to remove trash as they schedule, but if there are times where it becomes overboard because of events or different things like that, this would assist with that. There'd be more power washing, weed control. And so really the idea is to kind of enhance and polish the downtown in a way that hasn't been able to happen fully yet. So in order to fund this, there's been conversations around small amounts of beautification or just to discover Flagstaff funding for things that we're already doing that could be offset and provided. But the majority of it would likely come from a potential park flag rate increase. The way that this could work will be explored further in terms of like what those actual numbers are in the April retreat. We'll be coming back with some specific numbers and how that would impact downtown and how it would impact Park Flag, of course, and which rate increases council would be most interested in. The timeline that would work with this is something that would be coming to the April retreat. And then after that, finance would use May and June to do the full analysis so that we could post in July. That posting would give us the 60 days. And then the first couple meetings that council is back from break would be a potential ordinance to increase those fees with the anticipated effective date of November 1. So that is a general plan for how we might get to these downtown enhancements. Again, the idea of the scope hasn't been hammered out. The agreements haven't been hammered out. We haven't actually figured out all the specific numbers, but we know that council mentioned in a previous retreat, this was a priority area and we wanted to talk about how things are moving.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks for mentioning that timeline. One strategy that's come up with the Downtown Business Alliance is to see whatever rates increase, whatever that yet to be determined outcome is, occurred after the enhancements start. So working back on that timeline, if the enhanced services downtown were to happen sometime like the summer season or late summer or something like that, there would be benefit in having those services occur prior to the rates increase, so that the businesses and more importantly, the visitors and or the residents, drivers in the community who are paying the parking fees understand the benefit that's coming. That was a stated strategy at the PBA, and I thought it was a good one. It's like, let's show them what could come of this increase if we actually do the increase.
So yeah, and there's been conversations. Park Flag does have a one-time funding, which we still have that capacity. We chose not to go into operations so that we could preserve this, which could go into something like that. What we were struggling with in terms of timeline, if we did implement that, is we'd want to make sure council had already approved the rates in order for us to go into a contract with an enhanced service provider. Because if we use the one-time funding and then council chose not to approve.
No, I think it would all presume that they would approve the rates, so it would be set. It just wouldn't be implemented right away.
And we can implement with the one time as soon as we're confident that those are approved. And then however long it takes for the rate increase to happen. But I think the timeline was working to incorporate that.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So I just wanted to thank you, city manager, for bringing that up. You know, as a business owner, I think for me, I would like to be able to sell this to the business community and to the community in general. And it is very important that before we, in my opinion, we get these rates going and increasing, that we show, we can say, these are increasing because look at what we've done, and we need to continue to be able to do that. I mean, I know we're restructuring how we fund downtown, and I think it's overdue. So I really appreciate this conversation, all the work that's gone into it. I worry that if we increase parking rates before showing anything, that it's going to have a negative effect.
So I'm going to answer that. Heidi Hansen, Econ Vitality Director, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Currently, we give about over $180,000 a year out of the tourism beautification funds to downtown already. So we would have to use some of those funds to help with those enhancements, plus the one-time money that Dave's talking about. But in order for us to do that, we would have to probably create maybe a fee for service or something like that, because the things that we do with those funds right now, we're actually doing, our staff is doing. And so we would have to see if Hunter and his group have the capabilities of taking those over and doing those as well. Or we would have to look at it a different way, using those funds and just saying, here is an agreement with downtown, and we still do all these other things, like the Holiday Light programs, the flower program, things like that. So we still have to discuss all of that. So I think the way we would sell it is to explain what we actually already doing year after year after year, that they really just don't see, because what we don't do is just go cut Hunter a check. We basically are taking care of the services on our end. So those are some of the things that we could talk about. We did talk about that very briefly at our last retreat. And we're talking about clean team. We're paying for the clean team. We're paying for some of these other services for downtown already that I think some of the businesses might not even know about.
And there's a potential. I think one of the things that came up in our most recent meeting is the idea that once council approves it and we feel that certainty, it actually doesn't take long to start the parking rates. So that's where that sort of gap becomes challenging, because if we have that certainty that council is going to approve the rate increase, we could start it right away. So perhaps what we would do is actually bring an item forward that said council is approving the rate increase, but to start at a later date, and then use the one time or some of these other offsets to get there. because we had been looking for ways to make sure that there was enough time for the postings and all the enhancements, but that does create a situation where it could happen right afterwards. But hearing this guidance, I'm sure we can get that approval and then use those one-time funds to do something before that starts.
Makes a lot of sense to me, and I appreciate that you're talking about it and looking at it.
Maybe just add another point. One of the other things that Heidi and Dave, as well as the group, was talking about is making that we're doing outreach before those conversations happen in September. So folks have a good understanding of what these downtown enhancements would look like, how they would be funded. It gives us an opportunity to hear their feedback before we're bringing the topic forward. So having that break over the summer allows us some additional time to be able to have those ongoing discussions.
Stay off of next door.
I wish that we could.
I stay far away from that, Mayor.
Any additional questions or comments?
All right, so we have a little activity planned in a couple minutes, but before we do that, just wanted to circle back to council to see if they had any other long-term priorities or questions that they wanted to bring forward. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
So there are long-term priorities that have been identified from the DBA. Pedestrian safety improvements, dark sky compliance lighting, streetscapes, et cetera. How do we get those onto a long-term so that they're on something in our retreat so that we don't lose sight of it?
Joanne, do you know which staff person might be the
Unfunded? Want to maybe touch on that?
I had what it was.
It's $30 million.
I think it is 30 million. Yeah, so I think we've been engaged in this conversation, and there's been really two tracks to speak of. And one has been the daily, weekly, monthly, seasonal maintenance obligations needs by parks, by streets, by public works entities, solid waste. So that track went one way. And then the second conversation really evolved from the conversations we've been listening with DBA, and I know you've attended some of those meetings. And then we did indeed come to the conclusion, and Heidi, maybe you can look it up really quick, confirm it's 30 million, but we added to the unfunded list a long-term capital reinvestment. 30? Yeah, thank you. Good memory, Shannon. Based on what we had seen historically, and block by block and kind of size and quantity, we've estimated the refresh based off what we did in the 90s in the Main Street Foundation at about a $30 million reinvestment. So clearly it's much, much larger than maintenance. It's almost what I would consider that rebuild element. So we did add it to the unfunded list in the event we run across a grant or an opportunity we can't pass up, or a venue of funding that all of a sudden becomes available to try to start to chisel away at that. Doesn't mean you need to find 30 million. It's just identifying enough to cover a substantial portion. And then building on the vision plan, I think is really the next logical place I would take it, which would be some sort of a reinvestment strategy and a vision that maybe is formed through the association, and kind of starting to define, if you found the funding and you secured each block by block, what would it look like? And that's where we haven't actually gotten to yet. But I think the unfunded list is the place for us to start as a city. And then if the funding becomes available and the vision starts to form, at least we know what we're going to build.
So on the unfunded list, you have the 30 million. Do you have it broken out, or is it
not an aggregate number?
Is it possible to break it out just so that we can see?
I think it would be pretty hypothetical, honestly. We just don't have it defined. I mean, I think we use some benchmark numbers, pretty high level estimates. We've done no analysis. So it would really depend on what we see as a fixture designation or a cross-section of the street? What do we do with trees? We have not gotten into that level of analysis. And this is actually kind of the work Kate does at Metro Plan, right? I mean, they're on the front edge of how do you make an investment in a community, whether it's transportation or district. And maybe Kate, you can even explain from your mountain line days of how do you come to those numbers, and then how do you make them make sense and translate into delivery?
Well, first, if you're letting me spend your money, great. I'm happy to figure
Well,
out.
it's the community's money, not mine. It's an interesting process how it evolves to get to reality.
It is an interesting process and it's very iterative, and it does start with these just high level ballpark cost estimates and how they fit in. And honestly, as you know, changes till the end of construction in terms of that, priority setting wise. I think that even within projects, we talk about, we're going to do a little activity about big picture priorities here at the city, but even within a project, there is a prioritization process of, and I think that's where you're headed. What are the components of this so that we can break them apart and maybe just fund pieces or work on it at a time. But it's a little harder and something you see as a total rebuild. I don't know did that answer your question?
Kind of, I mean, yes, but I guess in my mind, if we had the priorities listed, then we could, it might be the lamp posts first and then tree wells next, and not going for that 30 million. So without having that listed, it's kind of hard to make the priorities.
Is it all right if
I'm sorry?
Is it all right if I add to the conversation?
Yes, please.
So when we've been talking about these longer term projects, one of the things that we've discussed is creating this downtown enhancement team, where that team would be able to take the downtown vision and actually build out what do those street lights look like? What are the benches? What are the trash receptacles? Really working with the community to identify what the design looks like. And I think that will allow us to then parse out those pieces and get better pricing. But I don't know that we're that far along in the process yet to be able to do it. And so again, I think that team decided it's important at least to get a bucket of money for now in case something comes up that we can then utilize. But let's start those more detailed conversations and engage the community so we can identify what is it that we want it to look like. And so then we can figure out how much to each of those things cost.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I was looking at Stacy's Save the Chubby Unicorn sticker. Sorry. Sorry if I missed.
It's all right, but it's been a long day with a lot of information.
I just have a comment. Is this a good time for it?
We have a wrap up section in a little bit.
That's where I'm going to say it.
Excellent. All right, and any other questions on this? Okay, we're gonna do a quick little activity because I know you've all been waiting for some sort of prioritization activity. This will be a bigger scale conversation than the example just given, but you could replicate similar pieces with other groups, right? And I think as Deputy Shannon was talking, I can't think of your last name. I'm like, I know your last name. As you were talking, I was realizing, a lot of the vetting of the details of these processes are done by your commissions, right? And you talked about parks earlier and the work that the Parks Commission has done to prioritize projects. And so, you may want to think about that body that's going to help prioritize your downtown improvements for you. Is that the DBA? Is that a different group, et cetera? Because usually you do have helping you through this process at the scale. Okay, so if you'll bear with me, and I'm gonna seek some assistance handing some stuff out. Some for staff and some for council. Everybody just needs one sheet. And this will be quick. I promise not to take up too much of your time, but we've listened to, I can't tell you how many great projects today, and every one of them is exciting. And I'm sure if we sat here for an hour and brainstormed other things we wanted to see, we could easily come up with 500 new things in addition to what's already in your 5-year capital plan. It is hard to set priorities and figure out what your next step is going to be. And we started this meeting off talking about how we're in a delivery phase right now. Got to get the projects underway, completed, secure those grants, let staff focus. Next year, this time, this retreat may look a little bit different in terms of having more opportunity to talk about next projects and set the next round of priorities. But that takes time. You know, it's not something you necessarily do in one meeting. You do iteratively over a period of time. And so this is starting to set the foundation for staff to be able to think about what are council's priorities out of what's in the capital plan, but also all the other things that come up, like a downtown plan, like a roller derby, all those things. So it's a pretty simple exercise. We're going to start individually, and you're going to fill in the blank on your paper with a policy priority. So not necessarily the project you want to see. What do you want that project to do? And I've given you some ideas, but please be more creative than the ideas I've given you. Maybe it's that.
Say it again. Ideas. Oh, I see. Never mind. I was handing stuff out.
Like, oh, I didn't save one. So there's ideas there, but you might have a lot of other ideas. Maybe it's about, maybe it's something about the arts. We've heard a lot about the arts. Maybe it's about sports. That's not on here. So think about the big level policy priorities that that you would love to see in the next capital projects. And then the second is the chance to give you a place to put your second top priority, because I know it's really hard to pick one. But I'm not going to let you pick 3 or 4 because we all love them all. So it's really thinking for a moment about what your most important values are in moving a capital project. Is it partnership? Is it? I'll give you a moment. We're not at the helping each other stage. These two are trying to whisper to each other. We'll do the bottom part as a team. So you can just do your first 2 sentences up at the top. And after you fill those out, we could have council members work together in teams of 2 that are in the room. And then Councilmember Matthews, if you're still with us, you can just do it on your own and tell us what you come up with. But everyone else, if you could get in groups of 2 or 3, and I'm going to force you to, 3 is ideal. I'm going to force you to agree on your top 3 in order for those priorities that you've come up with as a small group.
Can you show me the paper?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't, yeah. Councilmember Matthews, this is what it says, and everyone online.
I can tell her I will send her a photo.
Okay, a photo is coming, but just so everybody knows, it says, my most important capital project will blank. Second, it will blank. And then some of the ideas are enhance community character, incentivize economic development, deliver on our commitment to climate action, increase safety. These are just ideas. So really you could fill in the blank with whatever topics that you wanted to. And then as soon as you're ready, partner with whoever's next to you. There is a checkbox at the top. I realized I didn't put community members. If you're, feel free to add your own up there.
Center for the Arts.
I will give you all 5 minutes.
Great.
Anybody need a pen?
Yeah.
Feel free to chatting.
Your theatricals.
Okay, so.
Theatricals, the city owns the business.
Yeah.
Theater. In this.
Sure are. This is collaborative. Not hierarchical, collaborative.
I know never hierarchical.
So that's a combination.
Awesome.
Right.
Quite frankly.
Okay, there's a quad sector, okay.
Then you could probably say.
Yeah, you.
The second feature to the.
Look at the climate action plan. It's like the pie that the hope is for.
Especially after watching today.
Yeah. That's our feedback.
Everything else is so.
Well, we had one.
Top three priorities. So.
Vacation on the way.
Connections and aesthetics. So I'm thinking gathering places like. I'm thinking trails, parks. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you one more minute.
We are. We word it.
Hard to translate into capital.
Maybe like the.
Yes.
Say arts.
Several ways to.
It's the biggest chunk of the carbon.
Happy one, too.
Seems like the other ones are so. That.
And then, so.
I've always loved to talk more with you about that. Oh, how, that's not a policy.
Yeah, thank
Help me with this. How do we make this a policy?
All right, come back together. So this is a mini example of what could be the first step in a prioritization process, right? And we're gonna ignore the fact that there's color of money in your capital process and, you know, just pretend like these are your high level. I'm sorry, John, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just ignoring color of money in this process. So this is what it would look like for a first step. And then, you know, what could happen to prioritize your set of projects over the next years. And I would encourage you to start with your 5-year capital plan, which already has been narrowed down. You can use the priorities that are identified by council to figure out on that list, what is the next set of projects to be delivered, right? They're all still important projects, but what comes next in the system? So we're gonna start with mayor and vice mayor, and we'd love to hear what you guys came up with for your top 3.
Oh, yes, policy priorities. So policies that promote social health, connections, and aesthetics, meaning art. And that's including looking at creating an arts district.
Awesome. Is that all? That's all 3 of them, those 3?
No.
That was one.
That was one. Way to sneak in everything. You didn't actually have to choose. I didn't give you that much space, did I?
Yeah. She writes slow. Drew arrows and stuff. You know, like little pocket parks as well as larger parks and art and bike paths. And
back to everything.
Chubby
yeah, chubby unicorns.
What were your second and third priorities?
The second was increasing safety and bike ped facilities. And the third was investing in core services.
Excellent. You can see how having that conversation helps to narrow the 1,000 objects down, even with limited narrowing yourself. It still helps set some priorities. So how about council members Spence and Garcia?
Before they
Oh, yeah.
So we're doing the policy priorities, correct?
We're just doing the team report out.
Oh, okay, all right, okay, I got a little confused. Did we not? Yeah, I don't think I got it right.
Oh, you didn't do it? Oh.
We didn't do it right, maybe.
Oh, no, then let's
I
do it
wasn't
that
trying
way.
to like-
I'm good with that. Vice Mayor Sweet.
No.
Nope.
Good, we're good.
Okay.
We're a little blank on this one. How about you come hit us later?
I think that we identified almost identical to what Vice Mayor said, because we had here that like a subset of this would be like community art spaces and venues and such, even though we have plenty of them we discussed. But then we also had the pedestrian safety, like in PED, and then we had some climate action as well. So it's very much the same, and I'm curious to see if anybody came up with anything different.
Yeah, those are actually a lot of overlap in those. Councilmember Matthews, are you willing to share yours with us? Were you able to figure out the activity and share?
I think so, just as long as I was confused. I thought we were doing capital projects first, but my team, me, policy priorities would be creating an art district and bike and ped safety were my top two.
There's actually amazing alignment. Yeah, thank you.
She had a discussion with herself.
Yes, it was unanimous.
Yes, I can see your team did a very good job, and also the whole
We work well
council.
together.
Alignment. I'm curious, city manager, deputy manager, you guys did the activity. What did you come up with?
Sure.
So I think we kind of stuck with our same capital projects that we mentioned at the beginning. I mentioned the Montalvo Center, I mentioned Butler Fourth, but our priorities that we came up with are things that connect our community, are things that mitigate natural disasters, and just building our infrastructure. Just very, well, that pretty much encompasses everything we do.
Those are great. Is there anyone in the audience who had something really different that they want to shout out as a top? A lot of discussion over at this end. All right, no pressure. Well, I think as over the next year, staff are going to start thinking about what projects are next. And so hearing these priorities help people start to frame what projects might be the next round to deliver. So with that, that's the end of the longer term priorities section, unless there's any questions or comments.
Do we want to consult to see if there's anything?
Is there public participation?
Have one.
That's Hunter.
Everyone, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Hunter Abear. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Alliance. And thank you guys so much for having these talks about capital investment and, having talks about how to better enhance our downtown, because it's my belief that the keys to economic prosperity are a safe environment, an attractive public realm, and reliable infrastructure. And so that's why I think capital investment downtown is a top priority. And as tourism is a major driver of our local economy, and downtown is the city's most visited tourist attraction. Investing in the downtown is a proven strategy that offers a significant return on investment by spurring private sector investment and increasing foot traffic. An active downtown is vital to our local economy, which will benefit the city's budget long-term through higher property tax collections, increased sales tax collections, and greater BPP tax collections. So I'm glad to see that
a couple of funding, or at least one funding mechanism has been explored here for the capital investment in downtown. And that there's been some thought given to some of the long-term goals here, but I think we should explore some smaller scale improvements so we could demonstrate some small wins here. We don't necessarily have to replace the entire streetscape at $30 million to make a big impact, right? So there's increasing attention to our area downtown, and we're aware of the deferred maintenance that is reaching a tipping point, such as the light poles, the street tree wells, and several projects that impact our pedestrian environment and our localized infrastructure there. So if there's some way that we can start to whittle away at some of these smaller projects, such as wayfinding, pedestrian safety efforts, or just general beautification projects that may be a little bit bigger than the money that we can get through a BPAC grant, I'd be interested in hearing that from you guys, and I look forward to working with you and just beautifying our downtown and just further increasing our economy in Flagstaff. Thank you, guys.
All right, now we're to the wrap-up section. I did want to check in with council real quick, just out of interest. Did anybody change their favorite project? Okay. There, we know. No, consistent.
To some extent, yeah, and it was all things water, because I remember how important that was for us last year, talking about the rate study, and also how much it became important to me through that time and in my experience learning about it. And since water is life, I know it's a little cliche, but I think that's probably one of the biggest things that I think about. And then my second one is the infrastructure in general, as opposed to being those specific ones that I kind of pet projects or stuff. In this meeting, what I learned today, what I thought about a lot today was taking the me out of it and then reflecting on what I've heard from the community. And that's something that I've kind of danced with as a counselor for the first couple of months being on council. There's times when I gotta remember this isn't, it's my brain operating, but it's the community's advice, and my brain is just trying to navigate where I can put that community advice.
Thank you. And any other changes?
I'm gonna waffle to the Rio de Flag project because it has been going on a long time and is so crucial to the entire community, just in our safety, well-being of.
Well, it is really hard to pick, and I hope that you are walking away today feeling really inspired about the transformation that's coming and excited by that. And I can't tell you, having delivered one capital project, actually delivering design of one capital project and then walking away from it, the DCC, it's a ton of work, and your team is putting in a ton of work to get these things done. Just want to recognize that. So with that, I did want to see if the mayor or if the city manager, deputy manager had any wrap-up comments that they wanted to share.
Well, first I want to ask council if you have any wrap-up comments, including you two online.
Okay. I just want to thank everyone. This is one of my favorite retreat days because I can see the projects and the progress and how hard you all work. And I want to thank all of you and leadership for really listening to what the priorities of council are, and you're working towards that. And I hope you all know that your hard work is the best.
Yeah, I would, I guess go kind of along the same lines. In learning, today for me was a big learning experience. Although I've seen these projects in the past, getting into to see all of the projects incomplete, I really want to thank management services for providing a day like this. I think it's beneficial for counselors to see things all in one, or at least for the way I see things, all in one package. But the team that's working behind the scenes to push these projects out, I want to thank them for coming to council individually and as a group, and then continuing to help educate us throughout the process. And also listening to us where we find other avenues to take or little tweaks along the way. think it's important to add that teamwork element that you guys are teaching me, and that I hope to spread around the community. Thank you.
Anyone else? I was recently on a radio show interview and was asked about the possibility of not having as much federal funding in the future. And was asked, well, do you think now the city will just start funding its own projects and not rely on federal funding? And I think we see, when we look at all of these projects together, we see that there is no way that the city could complete these projects without the partnership of the federal government. And what I said was, you know, and we remind each other of this all the time, that these are our tax dollars that are going to Washington, D.C. And so it's right to expect that some of them will come back into our communities to help us fund necessary projects. And if you leave everything to local governments, there would be so many things that didn't get done, and we'd be paying higher local taxes as well as the taxes that we're also paying federally. So none of these projects are projects that we can't do. I mean, there are a couple that are just really nice and they make our community better, but most of them are flood mitigation, fixes to roads, and things that we can't let go and we can't not do. So I just wanted to make that point, that federal funding will always be important. And if it is not available, our local communities will suffer greatly.
Mayor, could I, off of that point, could I just ask that during the budget retreat, if it's appropriate, if we could find out where some of these projects, or all in general, what projects we got going on that are maybe threatened by the current lack of funding in the future, if we could have a kind of an assessment of those as well.
If we have that information, yeah, I think I'd like to hear it as well. City manager, deputy city managers.
Great.
Thanks. I'm going to echo or add on to what the mayor was just talking about, and again, try to tie some things together as we talk about questionable allocation of federal resources, and we're all waiting and curious as to what the future holds. We saw a graphic today. Stacy VK, I think, was showing us the funding that the city has received or is currently obligated to the city, over $200 million. You know, a very good portion of our budget. And it is just so true. Now, when you look at all the projects, and today was not doable without federal and state assistance. And it's not just a grant coming from a granting source, it's dollars coming back to local government. And you think about what's going on, you know, the scholars would call it new federalism, where there's more and more reliance on state and local government to pick up the slack on all sorts of programs. We are seeing it real time in what we're doing. We're seeing it with, you know, perhaps cutting back on stewardship of our national forests, staffing in the national parks. You know, some of the assistance that we have been enjoying or obligated to enjoy going to continue, we don't know. But I think it's pretty tough these days be in this position locally, because there's much more expectation on local government to fill all the needs and provide that stewardship, and much more uncertainty as to whether we're going to see help from our state and federal partners anything, it just underscores the importance of today's discussion. What do we have going on? What is obligated? What is being planned? And we stay focused on what we know we can accomplish, while at the same time, pondering what the future holds. I think what we can do is, I think it's been a really good retreat on the topic.
Yeah, and I just like to shift gears a little bit. I think last year, the theme of the retreat was the struggle we were having with staffing. And I just want to point out just this team that we brought forward today. I mean, we have some amazing project managers. Since last year, we've staffed up, and a lot of that is due to, I think, the market adjustments that were approved and council. Thank you for that. But we just have an amazing team, a committed team, and it's just, I've never worked in an organization that is delivering this many projects. So I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Yes.
So I want to say thank you to Kate for stepping in and facilitating today, and it's been great to have her here. She's so it's nice to just have her here. And then I also want to say thank you to Stacy and her team for all of the work putting this retreat together. Thank you. And all of you that spent time and all of this accurate information to council on a timely manner. So with
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Great work, and we're adjourned.
don't forget about the water.